What the fuck? Oh, my microphone was not on this whole time. Jesus Christ. What a great. All right, anyways. No, there's sound. There's sound. There's sound. There's sound. Oh, you want the song? We just stop. My bad. My bad. My bad. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So, not mute. I was having technical difficulties. What a great way to start this stream. We're already having it. For some reason, my mic, the settings I usually have it on, which is not active. So it just did not. It just absolutely did not work. But it's fine. I think I sound okay. Yes, today we are multi-streaming because I have 2 accounts and maybe I should start doing more on Twitch. Although I think the Twitch side is actually faster right now because I don't think I put ultra low latency for my YouTube side. I apologize for that, but you can also follow me on Twitch. It's the same exact name. What a couple of days it's been, huh? Just a lot of things happening. A lot of things to get to. Hopefully the stream will go fine and it won't suddenly start going insane like it tends to do whenever I multi-stream. But I guess to start off with, we're obviously going to have to address the whole Charlie Kirk of it all, right? I don't think it'd be possible to do the stream and not talk about it. But I don't want to focus too much on that right now. What I want to know is how are you guys doing? What's going on with you guys? Anything cool and new so I can stream hatred? You think I would subject myself to once again playing hatred? I've already done it. I will not be streaming hatred again. I'll be playing hatred game. That game sucks. It's not fun. It sucks. I don't know how else to put it. That game is Garbargio. Oh, man. I just like, I know I say it's a lot, but I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm going insane. Postal, you know what? Real talk. I haven't played Postal, but I can assure you it's better. In fact, the only game probably worse than Hatred is Andy Pants's game. And so far as like that vein of game, which is just let's be edgy for the sake of being edgy. Yeah, I think the worst one would be Andy Pants's game, but then Hatred's right there. X-Arm, 3 more, I'm done with it. I'll have me review. X-Arm's that one anime that's fucking garbage, right? Like that 3D anime that's just awful. Also, I had wanted to watch the Anime Man video, but like, I think it's too long. No, it's not. It's 26 minutes. Oh hell yeah, we're gonna watch that today too. We're gonna try to have some fun today. I want to get just the bullshit out of the way first. Yeah, Andy Pants game is it's one of the worst games ever made. But I'm gonna actually get this party to go to. We're gonna watch some fun stuff, watch some not so fun stuff. We gotta keep a balance here, as I'm one to do. We are all about balance. Otherwise, I think I'd go insane. Like I think I would legitimately go insane. But first things first, like we always do here on the channel every time I stream, which is definitely consistent. We gotta do the game bill. You gotta do the game bill. My browser just updated while I was trying to do it. Awesome. Okay. We're gonna have some game deal fun. Am I torturing myself? I bounce out watching something bad. Listen, I am also the person who's like, things can't always be good. Sometimes you gotta watch trash to appreciate peak. Last time we did this shit, it was not easy. But this time, is this okay? I feel like this is either some Mario or ukulele. I'm gonna just type ukulele first because the foot just, I think that's ukulele. No, okay, so it's Mario for sure. This is Yoshi's. Is it Yoshi Island? Yoshi's. No, this is 3D. It's like GameCube, but Yoshi's Story. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wait, it was a Wii U game? No. Yoshi's Story did not come out on Wii U. Yoshi's Story absolutely came out way before then. Yeah, 1997. Yeah. Okay. This is the virtual console trailer. Why have the virtual console trailer and not just like the original trailer? I mean, feeling like I was wrong. Yoshi's Story. You guys have no idea the amount of games I've like missed growing up because I didn't have certain consoles. Like most Nintendo games, right over. Like I had I had played um Zelda. I played Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Super Mario 64. Uh, basically most of the 64 games I played. But then like my 64 was kind of going to shit. Like my cousin borrowed it, and I got PlayStation 2, and I never looked back. Only Nintendo consoles I've actually owned are 64, and then straight to a Switch. My cousin gave me his 3DS, but I never actually played it. Favorite Day Bakery has better chocolate chip cookies than oatmeal. Changed my mind. Listen, I think oatmeal cookies are superior to chocolate chip. So that's my. Wait, I'm sorry. Hey, what? I'm sorry. Is this in French? Why would I know? Why would I know this? I feel like that's just cheating. You just stay up like, oh, here's the game in French, just a French game. I don't know. France? Like what is what's a French thing? Fromage? Fromage? Paris? Uh oh what the fuck? I don't speak French. Wait, 8 million kilometers, square kilometers to explore. A unique system spellmaker. Okay, wait, hold on. I could probably parse some of these things out. So something with spellmaker. 8 million square kilometers to explore. I don't know. Is it Mist? Baguette Hero? Baguette, is it Mist? It's not missed. I know it's the PC game. It's like a dungeon crawler. But why is it only in French? Like, why is it? Oh, this is on the IBM PC. Are you kidding? There's no way I'm gonna get this. There's no way I'm gonna get this. Fucking, let's just do, I don't know, Elder Scrolls. Just the first Elder Scrolls. How about that? Just Elder Scrolls. It's not an option. Okay, Daggerfall. Oh, it is Elder Scrolls. Okay, so then Elder Scrolls. It gotta be Arena. Right? It can't be Morrowind. Yeah. Why French? Why is it in French though? Like, I don't understand. This game definitely came out. It's a Bethesda game, but it wasn't only in France. Well, not, I guess not Bethesda. Like, they own the rights now, but like, you know what I mean. Wait, distributed by Ubisoft. What? Hold on. Elder. By Bethesda, yeah. Published Bethesda, live publishing. So did it even say Uber? What was this? Why would they go French? Like, why would they go French though? I don't understand that. Just to make it harder? Like, King K. Rool. It's K. Rool. No, not K. Rool. Okay, these are. Okay, this is like a turtle actually. Is this a Battletoad? This is like warty looking. I don't know Battletoads. This is a character. Yeah, I don't think I can put game. God damn it. Let's just do. Fuck, I'll just say Gex. I know it's not Gex. But no way. No. No way. I got that shit. In one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't even know his. I didn't even know his name was Reno. I thought his name was just Gex. Gex the Gexo. Ghost sequel vacuum. We just mentioned two. Or it could be three. I'll do three first. Well, I mean, I guess two would make more sense. I guess three. Yeah, okay, so it's three. Damn, 2 for 2. Sucker Punch. Don't worry, we're going to talk about the Sucker Punch in place. We're going to get to all of this. This is supposed to be the fun portion. Then we'll get to the not so fun portion. I got to guess the game. What just came out recently? Let's just do Silksong. No, nothing right. It's not action or fantasy or platformer or adventure or indie. But it did come out on one of these systems. including Linux. What the fuck? Well, it's not fantasy. Let's do a first person shooter then. Let's do Battlefield. How about that? Something different. Battlefield 1942. Not a shooting game, but it's first person, third person, single player, and multiplayer. Wait, that has first person. Holy shit. It's first person and third person. Multiplayer and single player game. Mass Effect only third person. I guess Elder Scrolls has first and second, but it's not multiplayer in Elder Scrolls. What about Destiny? Damn, more recent than 2014. Okay, Ghost Recon. Let's do Wildlands though. More recent. Damn. Okay, so it's no. Oh, but it might be stealth. Open world stealth. Okay, what's a stealth game that has? Because no, it's not action because it's not listed here. So open worlds and stealthy. That's first person and third person. That came out after 2017. Shit, there's not that many stealth games out there, right? It's like what? The Hitman games don't have first person though. I don't think. And it's not GTA because GTA came out way before 2017. Metal Gear Solid 5. Another person said uh Assassin's Creed. Does Assassin's Creed have first person mode though? We got like nothing. Okay, hold on, wait. So it's not historical or warfare, so it can't be Metal Gear Solid actually. And it's either it's open world for sure, open world stealth. I'm just trying to think what games have like dual first person mode and third person mode. Because if it's, can I just get the fucking year? Oh, okay. Does it mean not a war game? It's not shooting, not adventure. See, I was thinking Thief or like what's that one game with the Goblin guy? I don't think it's Thief though, because like every Thief game I think came out before 2017. Isn't like Sticks like the oh okay, so it's not stealth, so it's an open world game. Okay, so it's an open world game. That's first and third person. That's all I got. That's all we got. That's all we got here. Open world game that's first and third person. Wait, what if it's like a when did Red Dead Redemption come? Okay, it's more than 2018. Deus Ex is. Wait, I don't think Deus Ex can match here because Deus Ex would have stealth. There's no stealth here, or warfare, or science fiction, or anything like that. Deus Ex is sci-fi. So it's an open world game with multiplayer. Maybe some bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna do Mario Kart. Mario Kart World. Well, no, actually, it didn't come out this year. Whatever, I don't care. So just open. All we have is open world. This is absolutely awful. Fortnite? I'm so mad with Fortnite. No. All right, so we're not getting this. Now I just want to see what game it is. No, it's between 2024 and 2019. Open world stealth. Wait, what stealth game recently? First person and third person. Now it can't be the Saints Row reboot. But I can't think of anything else. Now I just want to see what the game is. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Such bullshit. I would have never guessed that. Well, we're done. We're done with the game though, which means we're done with the fun. Okay, I shouldn't say we're done with the fun. That sounds like we're gonna have a bad time. Uh, what I meant to say is we're done goofing around temporarily. Temporarily. We're gonna get a little less goofy. Well, it depends on what you qualify as goofy, but either way. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but things have been getting kind of insane lately. Like, kind of really insane. And people are just being fake. People are just being fake. Like they're being super fake. They're being not real. They're being super disingenuous. And I don't like that. I don't like that to the point where if you guys are following me, you saw that I made a video about that. And some people had strong feelings about that. So let's just get into it. Hold on. Congrats on getting super things. I got a super things? What the fuck? I'm on my studio page right now, and it's just like, you got a super thanks? I'm a very bad, I'm so bad at, YouTube tells me how bad I am at monetization all the time that's like, hey, you haven't enabled your membership. You haven't enabled this thing. You don't get promote super chats. It's like, brother in Christ, like, who's going to pay to have access to my stuff? I don't think I'm putting anything that's worth paying for. But let's get to this video. Whereby newest. Okay. All right. So when I did this video, I talked about Asmongold and Grums are using you or using this in order to perpetuate hate. You know, here, why don't we just, here, I'll play a little bit of my video. You know, I had shot this video before and it was long. Let's just start from, I'm trying to make it words too much. They get offended by words and all that stuff. These are from the same ideological groups who will say cancel culture is bad. Let game developers do what they want. Quit trying to censor people, right? And yet here they are, because they do not agree with someone liking tweets of disparaging someone who passed away. Now they should get fired. The hypocrisy here, and as obviously, is the fact that Asmongold himself has said worse things. He has called for the genocide of Palestinians. And I know he would say, oh, but he apologized. You think he actually changed his worldview? You think? No, he didn't. But so I made this video and I got a lot of comments of weird brigaders, right? But I want to talk about this shit because it's the most infuriating thing about all of this is that people on the internet want to act like we're not on the internet. You know what I mean? Like they want to act as if all of the rhetoric they've been putting out for decades is brand new and only coming from one side, and how dare people not act a certain way. But let us first adjust some of these comments. Here's one. It's always, you can tell because it's like you look at these accounts and it's like name bunch of numbers, right? Name bunch of numbers, name bunch of numbers, name bunch of numbers and letters. Weird. I thought you liked cancel culture. How are the people publicly celebrating assassination the victims exactly? I'm going to keep coming back to this. If you saw my community post, you saw the tweet. You saw the tweet that these people keep referring to as people celebrating, right? And if you didn't see the tweet, don't worry, I got you covered. It is on my community post. I'm just gonna So this is the tweet. These are the tweets that they're saying are like people celebrating being horrendous. I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. He died doing what he loved, being a transphobic racist bigot. That's the extent of like the worst of it. And so then when I see people knowing this, right, and I see people even comments like that celebrating assassination, is anyone celebrating the assassination? Or are people just not mourning a person like Charlie Kirk? I hate this double standard that they suddenly want to put up that, oh, it's uncouth to say terrible things about Charlie Kirk when people are just saying the things that Charlie Kirk himself has said, right? Like they are saying what he has said. And they're saying, oh, you're being awful, you're being callous, you're being terrible. I thought you liked cancel culture. Also, when did I ever say I loved cancel culture? Like when did I ever say, you know what was really awesome? Mobs of people trying to cancel somebody. What I have always advocated for is, of course, accountability, but also allowing people, once they mess up, at least to have the opportunity to change. Um, and when I see people are taking the opportunity to not change, that's when I write up and say, okay, fuck it, whatever, I'm done with it. But I've always given people opportunity to change. And for being real, which I try to be as awesome as possible, cancel culture has only ever worked towards marginalized groups. It's only ever worked towards those who don't have power. Because the people who should have accountability, who should have been quote unquote canceled, never stay gone for long. And they just get to just come back. They don't have to change at all. They just have to not say certain things anymore. But their actions are still very much in line with their belief system that got them quote unquote canceled in the first place. I just see bullshit and I'm like, that's bullshit. And he want to be like, no, you said you love this stuff. I didn't. But even if they said I did like cancel culture, what Asmongold is doing is not cancel culture. He's being vindictive against his perceived enemies who've done nothing to him, which we'll get to in a little bit. But it just, these kinds of comments make no sense to me. Man, people are saying bad things with Kirk. No, yeah, listen, that's what I'm saying. These people are not real. Like I said in my video, they don't care. None of this matters to them. None of this is real. It's just all, it's theater for them. It's all bullshit. You wanna know how I know it's bullshit? Besides me, peeping game. It's where is it? Too many bookmarks. It's Grum saying shit like this. The shooter's motives don't even matter that much anymore. They don't care. The left doesn't understand. The shooter's motives don't even matter much anymore. Mind you, that was the impetus for them to create this list in the first place. People are celebrating these leftists, these unhinged leftists, as Asmongold said, or alluded to, are celebrating the assassination of someone. And then when the new information is coming out that he was most likely not a leftist, and in fact is trending towards him being a groiper, then it becomes, actually, the moves don't even matter anymore. Because they don't care. Like they don't care about any of this. They don't fucking care about people. They care about none of that stuff. So when I see people like saying like, I thought you like cancel culture, or like this shit, when people try to, heads up for anybody who may not have dislikes visible, this is, first off, and I've addressed this in videos, this is an appeal. This is a fallacy, okay? This is ad populum. This is trying to appeal to the most numbers. If the more numbers you have, the more right you are, which is not how things work. Heads up for anybody who may not have dislikes visible. This video has 257 likes and 240 dislikes. Don't be fooled by all the rampant far leftists rallying around the guy in these comments. I am not a large content creator. I am aware of my size, right? I have like 5,000 subscribers, 5,000 some change. I don't have large reach. And look how insane they are. They want to use third-party dislike apps, which are never accurate, mind you, in order to try to be like, don't be fooled by the rampant far leftists rallying around this guy in the comments. This video doesn't even have that many comments. It has like 245 comments. That's not a ton. The fact that even a video like this should have an almost even split of likes to dislikes, despite being made by a small content creator who has deliberately and specifically cultivated an audience of fringe, far left progressive liberals, illiberal types, is telling. This makes no sense. I don't know what they're trying to communicate here. And this person wrote, I've been brigaded multiple times, people use racial slurs and whatever. And he's like, I'm reading and listening and attempting to make sense of various perspectives. It's just quite shocking from a center-right perspective to have witnessed a man being politically assassinated in front of thousands of people by being shot in the neck and violently bleeding out, and then have that subsequently followed by tens or hundreds of thousands of leftists on the internet openly celebrating the event. It's shocking and jarring, and given that YouTube censors dislikes, I just want to make sure clear that anybody who happens to zip onto his video and is confronted by all the far left circle jerking, which isn't even happening in the comment section. There are people in this comment section going like, I think you went too far, or whatever. Like, I don't support what happened to Charlie. Like, this isn't even a video where you can like circle jerk to. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. And like, again, he's back here again. Like, the assassin is now known to refer to Charlie Kirk as fascist multiple times. An extreme far-right groiper who disliked Kirk for not being far-right enough would not call Kirk a fascist derogatorily. Yes, he would, because he's an extreme far-right groiper. Like, the groipers don't like Charlie Kirk. They had a whole groiper war with him for the last 5 years. They call him a fascist. They mean that in terms of him being a Jewish fascist, because they're saying that he is for Israel. He's not conservative enough. They were ironically saying, or so to say, unironically stating that he wasn't extreme enough for them. If he isn't their level of extreme, then he's an enemy. And they use the word fascist for that. And it's so common for people, especially those who are fascists, to co-opt the language of other political movements. That's literally what Nazis did with socialist, right? They co-opted that because that was a popular movement, and then they infected and twisted it, just like they did with the manji, the Buddhist symbol, right? Or Sanskrit, and they literally flipped that to being the swastika. Like, this is what they do. And this is what I'm talking about when people are acting so disingenuous. We don't have like the wealth of human history to look back upon. Like, it's, and I'm just like, every time I know when I make a video, even tangentially related to like Asmongold, people like him, I know I'm gonna get some dumb people in the comments. I know I'm gonna get Asmongold defenders in the comments, but like, they're not even doing a good job of arguing their point. And then there's people who are accusing me of like celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination, even though I literally said that like I didn't want that to happen. Now, this whole video was talking about the fact that Asmongold and Grums are using his assassination to harass game developers. That's how I prefaced the video. Like, here, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and I'm talking about that because I saw something online. I'm like, this seems a bit hypocritical. So Grums and Asmongold are going to work together to compile a list of people who liked a tweet that was, let's be real, probably celebrating the passing of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was not a uncontroversial figure, okay? I personally didn't like him. He said some awful, disgusting, racist, terrible, bigoted things. He was, in my book, not a good person. This isn't me advocating for him to have gotten assassinated or anything like that, but I'm not the kind of person to try to suddenly launder someone's reputation when they're an awful person. If you want respect in death, should they earned it in life? That's my motto. But you have this particular group, Asmongold and Grums and all those guys, right, who are trying to compile a list of people who like to tweet because they're game developers. Now, this was a minute and 20 seconds into the video. So you couldn't watch it for a minute and 20 seconds? Where I hell, use the Google Ask button, summarize the video. We'll discuss how Asmongold and Grums are allegedly using the assassination of Charlie Kirk as a pretext to harass game developers. Like that's the video highlights the hypocrisy of Asmongold and Grums, who have previously spoken against cancel culture and censorship, yet are now attempting to get people fired for all activity. Bigger points out Asmongold himself has made controversial statements, including calls for genocide of Palestinians, yada yada yada. So look, you could have just used a summary. But at no point was I like, hell yeah, brother. Like, but the thing here is, and when I want to get to the heart of this, the thing here is They want you to be like so mournful of what's happening, even or what would have happened, even though they would have never done that if it was someone who was like on the ideological left. And they continuously would prove how much they do not care. That's what I'm fucking mad about. Because you're not going to look me in my shit and try to moralize to me that people can't be happy that a person like Charlie Kirk, who has done awful, terrible shit. You know, Charlie Kirk, just say quotes. What did Charlie Kirk say about queer people, for example?
One man and one woman.
Charlie Kirk has been fatally shot while speaking at a university in Utah. The conservative activist and Trump ally was shot moments after answering a question about trans school shooters. Videos circulating online show an attendee asking Kirk,
"Wait, let's not show
transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?" To which he responds with, "Too many." A study from the Violence Prevention Project found that
and of course he said too many because he doesn't know the facts of this stuff. Because this is all vibes, you guys. It's rancid, but it's all vibes. Nothing about reality matters to these people at all. Gender by mass shootings, 98% male, 2% female, less than 1% transgender. Too many, though.
less than 1% of school shootings in the U.S. were carried out by transgender individuals. But where did Charlie Kirk stand on LGBTQ plus issues? At the age of 18, he formed Turning Point USA, a conservative activist group known for his series of Prove Me Wrong debates, recorded live at left-leaning universities across the U.S., at which LGBTQ plus issues would often be discussed.
Puberty is not the problem. Puberty is the solution to the trans issue.
Charlie would often debate queer college students on the topic of being transgender, making his stance explicitly clear.
You're lying to yourself and lying to other people that you could become something other than what you are born.
He has also been vocal about his disagreement with same-sex marriage.
I believe marriage is between one man and one woman.
Charlie's views extended to LGBTQ plus rights.
We must ban trans-affirming care the entire country. I think that monogamous heterosexual marriage should be a prerequisite to adoption.
Following Charlie's shooting, 2 people were arrested and later released. At present, no other suspects have been arrested.
Oh, this is an old video. So like, and that's the mild shit, right? That is the mild stuff. Like that's when we could talk about him. Try to focus on black people, just black people. I did save it on Twitter. If it's hold on, let's check this video out. If it's not good, I'll go to Twitter. That's what this guy says.
Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white.
When I don't want someone else saying it, even though that's true what he said. I want to make sure that here. Let me see if I have it. God, I've been having to bookmark so much, you guys. There's so much. There's so much. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. The Nation. Continue support. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Listen. Can I scroll down, please? Oh my God. How many fucking ads? It won't even let me move down the page because it's loading 100 ads. What do you mean you can't find looking for? Did they get rid of it? Okay, continue not supporting. Oh my fucking God, dude! I would just I would disable it. So annoying. Oh my fucking God, dude.
Hi guys, it's me again. And
No. Jesus Christ. My ad blocker's not even... It's disabled site forever, okay? Ad blocker is turned off for this site. So what's it even doing? Fine, I'll turn off. I'll turn off everything. I'll turn everything off. It's not even. It's not even fucking on. It's not even on. This is okay. Hold on. This is so annoying. So fucking annoying. I'm gonna scroll through this real quick so I can find. All right, fuck it. Come on, Zito. Zito? Thank you. All right. I don't even have ads up right now. Can I turn up the audio? Yeah, no problem. Give me a second. Hold on. I'll put it up to what, like, okay. All right. Charlie Kirk, in his own words, 17 quotes that you should read from right-wing activist and Trump ally who was tragically shot and killed Wednesday in Utah. Black people, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That is a fact. It's happening more and more. And all of these are sourced. Oh, he's saying this shit right here.
Despite that, though, a certain video went very viral, and we got a couple questions on this. I want to read this one from Rebecca from Idaho. Charlie, I watch the show every day. I love what you do and how fearless you are. Isn't it racist to call white women Karens? Are they just hurling it as a slur? Did you see what happened in New York City? What's your take on the so-called Karen story from New York City? As a white woman, I'm beginning to get pissed off when I hear it. Would love your thoughts, Rebecca. Okay, so this is somewhat of a complicated story, but it really isn't, okay? So there is a pregnant white woman who worked at a hospital who is going to go, basically in New York City, you're able to rent bikes.
Oh, this happened a couple years ago. If you guys don't remember, it was, like he's saying, it was a woman, like a pregnant woman or whatever, a nurse who was renting one of those like bird bikes and shit. And then she basically was saying that these black people stole her bike.
Okay, so you're able to rent bikes. This white Karen, again, this is a 4-month pregnant woman. So this white woman gets completely misrepresented. This is a pregnant woman equivalent of Nicholas Sandmann. She got suspended from her job because of this. This is Nicholas Sandmann 2.0. Now, were they trying to hijack her? Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America?
So just right there, right? Were these blacks trying to rob her? Happens all the time in urban America.
Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more.
Prowling blacks go around targeting white people. That's a fact. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact, and it's happening more and more. Like, that's here. Now, why did this happen? This happened because the audience, the population, you have been conditioned to social justice warrior simulation theory. That anytime you see a confrontation, anytime you see let's say a quarrel, anytime you see an argument, anytime you see something between a white person and black person, I like how white person is lowercase and black person is capital. You have been trained. You have been conditioned to believe that it is the white person that's terrorizing the black person. If you thought this video was really what the media told you. Oh, here's this best part. Do you know that more than 600, is that a real stat, Blake? Come on, is it real? I don't know if that stat is real. Okay, I'm gonna say it. More than 600 white women are murdered by black men. 600 white women a year. Did you know that? By blacks. So 600 white women are murdered by blacks a year. One just happened. Well, he was a Hispanic. He might have been half black. Doesn't really matter. Here in Scottsdale, young 29-year-old girl walking on a hiking trail, and a trans Hispanic comes and stabs her to death. So look how we pivoted from being racist against black people to randomly mentioning a trans person and a Hispanic people, or sorry, a Hispanic person, saying it doesn't matter. Admitting, let's hear him actually say this though.
So Karen tactics.
Let's see right here.
Where she's now willing to sue anytime you see he might have been half black. Doesn't really matter.
Okay, so we'll go.
White. I don't know if that's status. To believe that it's the white person that is terrorizing the black person. You have, if you thought this video was really what the media
let's just let
told
Charlie
you,
say this too. All right, let's let Charlie say it.
do you know that more than 600? Is that stat real, Blake? Come on. Is it real? I don't know if that stat is real. We're going to double. Okay, I'm going to say it. More than 600 white women a year are murdered by black men. 600 white women a year. Did you know that? By blacks. So 600 white women are murdered by blacks a year. One just happened, was a Hispanic. He might have been half black. Doesn't really matter. Here in Scottsdale, young 29-year-old girl walking on a hiking trail, and a trans Hispanic comes and stabs her to death.
Just arbitrarily making shit up. Just arbitrarily making shit up. And just gets away with it. Because, like, yeah, sure, who cares? If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. We're going back to his quotes, by the way. Black women, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you don't have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. And I want to play you this one because it is one of the most disingenuous shits you will see.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I like how he cuts it off there. So that's Representative Sheila Lee, right?
My personal story. This is my on affirmative, not declare, but I can, and a woman of color in terms of being.
Sheila Jackson Lee. So let's just look up Sheila Jackson Lee, lawyer and former United States representative, education, University of Virginia Law, Yale University, New York University, Jamaica High School. So she went to NYU, then got into fucking Yale, and then went to University of Virginia School of Law. Now, for people who don't know, the way affirmative action works, or should I say worked because it's no longer a thing, is that instead of specifically looking at one population pool, which typically was just white people only, and not only that, but affluent white people, they had to expand because they were denying other people, including other white people, the opportunity for higher education. If you weren't of a certain financial background, obviously ethnicity counts too, right? Then you were overlooked. You weren't being accepted into these schools. That's why we have things like HBCUs, historically black college universities, because they were not letting non-white people into their universities. So having affirmative action in this case meant that they had to look elsewhere. And so when they picked Sheila, when she got in, it wasn't because, well, you're black, we're going to move you all the way through Yale. All that meant was they had to look at her to be accepted. They didn't cut her slack. They didn't lower their requirements. Because it is a very racist ideal to think that people being hired of different ethnicities are hired solely on the fact they're different ethnicities and that they have no education, no training, no skill set whatsoever, which is clearly not the case. You don't get DEI hired to go to Yale, right? You have to get into Yale. This is part of the application process. They couldn't just turn her away because she was a black woman. Because women were also vastly underrepresented in higher education. And people like to pretend that there's no historical context, as if black people, as if women in this country were just treated like fucking royalty. And then, oh, they all not want special permission and special attention and ignore the literal centuries of oppression. So, no, this isn't a remembering Charlie Kirk stream. This is part of a larger point I'm going to get to. You guys know I take my time now, but just this sort of rhetoric, right? He's doing this so he can be racist towards black people, because what he's going to say, you know, I won't spoil it, but here we go.
Graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that.
Mind you, Charlie Kirk is a college, I think he's a community college dropout.
We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving.
So see how he frames that? How before you saw the clip, it was black women couldn't get it on their own, so they had to steal from white people, as if that spot was guaranteed to white people. And anytime a non-white person takes their spot, it's because of affirmative action. That's all the reason they got into place, right? Not because they were also equally qualified. And the reverse is never true. They never say that this person got the job because they're white. It's always they're qualified. But if they're black, Hispanic, anything else, well, really black and Hispanic, because they have stereotypes for other cultures. It's affirmative action. They're dumb. They're just doing it for diversity's sake. But then he says this, right?
I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving.
From someone more deserving. Who was more deserving? What opportunity did she take? How is this any different from colleges or Ivy League schools who only accept like 30 people a year? How is this any different? Were they not also then denying other people the opportunities because they only let like 50 people in the school? Like, do you see how when you start actually thinking, all this shit is just racism? That's it. There's no logic here.
You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course, that's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance.
Again, an idiot, right? We don't have to watch the whole thing. But shortly after, Charlie Kirk made up a fake story about black pilots named Ramon and Cadillac. Jesus Christ. Says the grifter without a community college. But there's more to this, because there's a person in my comment section who was like, oh, just showing a tweet and a summary of his things isn't enough to judge him who as a person. So I'm doing this, in case people are curious, to highlight why there are large swaths of people who aren't upset that he's no longer here. But once again, this is not me condoning any of that. I'm trying to make people understand that when there is someone who actively attacks marginalized communities, people of said community aren't going to be too broken up about it when he's gone. And the fact that people are trying to make it seem like this is a weird sensation had me saying, if Hitler was still alive and he still, deleted himself, now there would be people on Twitter saying Jewish people are a little bit too excited right now. Like that is the same level of disingenuous we're operating with here. Okay, I could show you all these quotes. Like, and these aren't even all of the quotes he said or done. These are just the 17 of them. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act mid-1960s. Death penalty should be public, should be quick, should be televised. I think at a certain age, it's initiation. At what age should you start to see public executions? I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. Reject feminism, submit to your husband, Taylor, you're not in charge. You might want to crack open the Bible of yours, and a lesser reference part of the same part of scripture, it is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So Miss Rachel, the woman who is currently being attacked for having empathy towards children of Gaza, you quote Leviticus 19, the chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. His perfect law is that gay people should be stoned to death. That isn't literal advocating for the deaths of an entire group of people. George Floyd, this guy was a scumbag. It's not the great replacement theory, it's the great replacement reality. Just this year, 3.6 million foreigners will invade America. 10 to 15 million will enter by end of Joe Biden's term. Each will probably have 3 to 5 kids on average, while native-born Americans will have 1.5 per couple. You're being replaced by design. So here he said the great replacement theory is about white people in this country becoming minorities. So with that framework understood, him saying native-born Americans means white people are only having 1.5 per couple. White people are being replaced by design. Guns. It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so we can have the Second Amendment. Like, MLK was awful. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Like, they aren't even Muslims. They aren't even hiding their intentions. Muslims plan to conquer Europe by demographic replacement. Will Europe wake up in time? Palestine. I don't think a place exists. Transgender people. You're an abomination to God. And I know a lot of people, a lot of fucking losers will be like, based. So based. He's telling the truth. He's so based. He's so based. He's so based. But the people who are being negatively affected by that don't think he's based. Right? They don't think he's based. Where was mind you, he said gun deaths were acceptable. This is after Sandy Hook, like way after Sandy Hook. Right? Like in fact, I think this was in response to don't tell me this is from Uvalde. Hold on, let's actually watch this.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home. Yes.
No. Okay, so you see how immediately he's doing an emotional appeal, right? There's no logic behind this. First off, 50,000 I call bullshit. Automotive per year. 40,000. Okay, so around 50,000. Okay. And let's see what is the biggest cause of this though? But by year, but what is the cause of that? Because that doesn't tell the whole story, right? Okay, let's see. You know what's funny though? He said 50,000 right here. The Department of Transportation, National Safety Highway, LA traffic fatalities 2024, projecting that 39,000 people die in traffic crashes. This represents a decrease of 2% compared to the year before. It marks the first time since 2020 the numbers have fell below 40,000. It's encouraging to see that traffic fatalities are continuing to fall from their COVID pandemic highs. Total road fatalities, however, remain significantly higher than a decade ago, and America's traffic fatality rate remains relatively high per many peer nations. To reduce fatalities further, US DOT is working closely with the law enforcement community to enhance traffic enforcement on roads, including speeding, impairment, distraction, and lack of seatbelt use. A leading cause. So, leading causes including impaired driving, like drugs, speeding, distracted driving, whatever, using cell phone. So, to just say that there was 40,000, to just say there's 40,000 people die in cars every year, or 50,000 die in cars every year, is not the whole story. Because what we could do is we could do things to eliminate, people driving impaired, which according to the data we just saw, we've been reducing it year over year over the last 5 years to get it to pre-pandemic lows. And I will concede this point. We'll never get it to zero, but at least we're trying. And then for him to go like, well, actually, the only way is to reduce gun deaths by having fathers in the home. No, that's not the way to reduce gun deaths. Like, that's an insane thing to say.
By having more armed guards in front of schools.
Why would having more armed guards in front of school reduce gun death? Why would having more guns reduce the outcomes that guns produce? This would be like if I said, there are too many bombs around, so we need more bombs so we can blow up the other bombs. Like, you cannot defeat the proliferation of guns by saying, we'll have more armed guards. Like, but he's playing to his crowd because he's not saying anything of substance.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
And here's the thing, too. At the very least, he gave examples of the function cars, automobiles serve, right? He said, the speed of access, transportation, you could supply things, whatever, which is all valid. But then when it comes to guns, he's given no reason outside of protect our Second Amendment right. The Second Amendment also mentions the part about having a well-regulated militia, which in this common day parlance could be considered like police officers, which is a whole different story. But he's given no actual reason as to why you should have guns outside of, the Second Amendment. And then to make this false argument, people are saying we should have zero gun deaths. People aren't dumb. We know we're not going to get zero to anything. But we are talking about in regards to the mass shootings that only happen in this country with such regularity that when he was a victim of gun violence, so were two other people. There were two other shootings that happened. One that happened the same day that he fell victim to gun violence, and then the very next day, a 16-year-old shot two teenagers, and then I think killed themselves. There's a stark difference between wanting more common sense laws when it comes to guns than just saying we want no gun deaths. He mentioned cars. We should regulate cars, we should regulate guns the same way we regulate cars. Like, I hate this, like, almost like nihilistic mind that people have where it's like, well, because we can't get something to zero, don't even bother. Like, that makes no sense.
It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. Sure. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why.
You had armed guards and Uvalde. And Zubik, how did we stop shooting at baseball games? As if baseball games were being shot at with such regularity. Like, I can't even finish this shit. But like, again, and this is just some of like the tamer shit he's said. Like, he brings up black people a lot. With Martin Luther King says he was bad. George, like all this shit, right? And again, this is all leading to a larger point. These are some of the stuff that he himself has willingly said. And you guys expect people across the board to be like, we should mourn for him. That's an insane thing to ask from people, especially because it's coming from the same hypocrites that would be, that do shit like this, that make George Floyd jokes 5 years later, 5 years after he's died. 5 years after his death. People are still making memes, still making jokes about him. Like, look at this. Happy George Floyd, 5 years drug-free. Congratulations to George. This is Laura Loomer. Congratulations to George Floyd on being 5 years sober today. This is Laura Loomer who wrote this year. This year she wrote this. May 25th. She wrote this. This is the same Laura Loomer, mind you, who was saying that these calls for violence and stuff is disgusting and gross. And there she is making fun of George Floyd. So many people make fun of George Floyd. And then when people call him out on that, it is, I can get, the comments are, but he was a criminal. Oh, look at this first one. George Floyd was a career criminal who once pointed a gun at a pregnant woman's belly during a commission of armed robbery. He sadly overdosed during the commission of yet another felony while in police custody. Charlie Kirk was a devoted fireman who loves his country. Kirk was a better human. This is immaterial. First off, I would say not a better human, personally, but also he was overdosed. He overdosed during the commission of yet another felony. He wasn't committing a felony. Selling loose cigarettes is not a felony. He was selling loosies and he got killed. These are the people who are moralizing to us right now how it's awful to make jokes and how to not be upset about this and all this stuff. And they're trying to protect their ass. Laura Loomer herself is deleting tweets in which she was going after Charlie Kirk. She was also contributing to that. You have people like Derek Evans, Democrats Party of Hate and Violence, Merry Christmas. Here's a picture of Trump and then Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Dr. Fauci, Hillary Clinton, and Obama being hung on the noose. And these are the people who were like, Democrats are the party of hate and violence. Liberals are angry, leftists are bad and terrible and this and that. Once again, George Floyd. Derek Chauvin didn't kill George Floyd. Fentanyl did. Him saying, and then him acting like, oh, 23,000 likes in 4 hours. This is the left. You know who? And because they'll also will say, well, he was a father. So was George Floyd. And George Floyd didn't say shit. He didn't say anything. Actually, he did say something. Tragically, he said, I can't breathe. And people made that into a meme. They memed him, his last words. They memed him, right? They did all this shit about George Floyd, who wasn't even a political person. And then the people on the right tried to make him a martyr for the people on the left, especially black people, by consistently talking about him. There are George Floyd meme coins. There's Droid Floyd. There's people who are selling socks on him, okay? And these are the same people who want us to be like, sad about Charlie Kirk passing. I'm like, you don't get to create this environment for decades where you're telling people empathy is bad, as Charlie Kirk himself stated that empathy is bad. He doesn't like empathy. I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made up new age term that does a lot of damage. So like this is my confusion with everything. How do you have the audacity to get on the internet and try to browbeat people into like your worldview when your worldview is completely dependent on who you're allowed to hate? Because again, they didn't do this shit when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked. There was no flying the shit at half-mast for that. Melissa Hortman got killed this year. She was assassinated this year. In June. Nothing. A straight up political killing right then and there in her own home. Her husband, her dog, killed. Nothing. Not a peep. Like this, and this is the frustrating part. It's and then you have dumbasses like Grums who are like, the leftists understand that shoes modes don't matter. We know the modes don't matter because we called that. We knew this was just a veneer for you guys to be more bloodthirsty. You had Tectone calling for public executions. Like, hey, look. Now listen, he blocked me, which is funny because I don't think I've interacted with him. But and now what he's trying to do is make Hassan the next target, right? Hassan, we need to kill all landlords and let the roads soak in their capitalist blood. If you want to fix America, you would kill Rick Scott. Charlie Kirk, guys, you know someone's got to do it. Charlie Kirk assassinated. Wow, this is horrible. I can't believe this happened, you guys. I don't condone this. Pretends to cry to seek seem human. Go fuck yourself, you terrorist-loving piece of shit. So all of this shit completely taken out of context, right? We know that because it's Tectone. But this is their new move now. They just want people to die. That's it. Like that's it. That's their whole thing. I'm going to say something now. So the reason a lot of people come to say, I do not condone nor do I wish anyone of my community to kill or do harm to anyone in real life. To those who disagree or oppose me, to those who have slandered me, I wish dealt with by the legal system, banned or punished. To kill someone over difference of political views is fucking insane. And yet, his fucking pinned post is ammunition to direct violence towards one person by calling him a terrorist lover. Like, do you see what I'm talking about? These people are not genuine people. They want the blood sport. They love the blood. Which is why he's said shit like he wants public executions. Uh-oh, I wonder who made this compilation. Like, people gotta be shook. I'm getting clout on Twitter. I'm about to be a fucking menace. People not understanding the difference between an assassination versus public execution. It is time we level weaponized ignorance on this app. The difference is legality, purpose, and then the fucking judicial system. So again, their whole thing is they're not anti people getting murdered they don't like or violence. They just want a way to be able to wash their hands of it. Right? I know a lot of you have been afraid to express your true feelings, emotion online due to over-emotional, never rational, far-left climate on social media. Unfortunately, the last few days are what happens when we stay silent and let them silence us. Now is the time to use your voice to express how we are tired of bullshit. Mind you, this is all before they all found out that the shooter was a white guy. September 11th. What do we have anything about September 12th? All he says is, I think it says the shooter's in custody. Right? That's it. 11 hours ago. Picture of his dog. That's it. Not even nothing. And also be like, the tolerant left, you guys, do him next, please. This guy the representation of the left? Is he even a leftist? Who cares? They don't care. People on the internet are saying fucked up things. They're like, whatever. Here's a post right here. The ATF has confirmed that the shooter had trans ideology inscribed on the bullets that killed Charlie Kirk with. It appears the shooter was a trans radical. The shooter was not a trans radical. Do you think that he's going to retract that statement? No. In fact, literally, we're on his page right now. I'm going to go to his replies maybe. Nothing here about the shooter. It goes from September 11th, and then nothing about the shooter. Weird how that works. But when we didn't know who the shooter was, suddenly it's trans radical. Putting all that stuff out there. They're trying to silence us. There's far right far left climb on social media, as if Twitter is far left. Like, so fucking stupid. Here, Trump has just said they have the Charlie Kirk's killer in custody right now, and then after that, nothing. You know what they did? Straight to fuck us on. Thanks for sharing my post. And then going for Twitch. Like, it's so transparent what they're doing. It's so transparent what they're fucking doing. Like, it's so transparent what they're doing. The biggest problem is your fucking nephew. He's just going after Hassan because the fuck Hassan button's popular. But he swears she doesn't want any violence to befall them, even though his buddy, aka the guys whose balls he likes to gargle the most, Asmongold, has basically called for violence against the left. And we have that right here.
Probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk.
Mind you, as he says this, remember what we just talked about. Melissa Hortman was murdered in her home by a Trump supporter. Like, I'm not making this shit. I'm not making this shit up. On June 14th, Portman, her husband, and her Goldman Chief Gilbert were shot and killed in their home by a man impersonating a police officer. Another lawmaker, John Hoffman, and his wife were shot earlier that night by the same man. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said the shooting appeared to be politically motivated assassination and issued a proclamation that flags at all state buildings be flown at half staff. The suspect in the shooting was 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter, who was arrested June 15th after a large-scale manhunt. Like, and just so people are like, oh, he was a lefty and this and this and this and the third, right? Bolter preached more than once in a church in the DRC, speaking against abortion rights and transgender people. He appeared as a speaker in 2022 seminar on trade and investment organization by Minnesota Africans United, a nonprofit African immigrants in Minnesota. In 2016, he was appointed to the governor's workforce development board, a nonpartisan 60-member unpaid advisory board by then Governor Mark Dayton. Governor Tim Walz reappointed him to a 4-year term in 2019. That's what them saying that he was a Walz appointee, by the way. That's what they're going for. Bolter's views now appear to align with the political far-right of Christianity in the United States. Bolter had no felonies on record in Minnesota, just minor check violations. Federal charging documents describe Bolter as acting with the intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. His anti-abortion views are considered as a possible motive. Bolter was registered to vote in Oklahoma as a Republican for 2004 United States presidential election. Though in 2018 he stated that he had no party preference. He described Bolter as a conservative who voted for President Donald Trump and was strongly against abortion rights, and said Bolter was having financial problems and struggling to find work, adding that he was looking around but immediately gave up and decided to go out in a blaze of glory. Like, and again, so knowing that this is what's actually happened, to hear him say this shit, like the left has to wait for it to happen to their side, right? Like it's an insane thing. This is an actual call for violence.
You know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. This is the way I look at it. I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here. Is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with.
No, that first off, when people want to try people for treason, the outcome for treason, one of them is the death penalty. So it is a roundabout way for people to say, I want this person to die. Do you see how they will always hide behind, oh, well, it's a law. It's judicial. It's a judicial process. You know what else is the judicial process? Due process. When we bombed the Venezuela boat, there was no due process. That was an extrajudicial killing. And then Grums, which I'll get to in a little bit, was supporting that. Tectone, oh no, it's the difference between assassination and public execution is that the state does. It's judicial. It's judicial. They use that as a cover for their bloodthirst. They want to see people dead, but they don't want people to say you're advocating for that. It's like, oh wait, hey, no. Like imagine if I was like, okay, we know what's happening in Gaza, right? A genocide's happening there through Israel's doing and through American backing. If I were to be like, hey, random person I don't like, I think you should take a trip to Gaza. What do you think I'm hinting at? Like, that's the shit I hate the most. They want to act like, nope, I just said get on the plane and go to Gaza. I didn't advocate for someone to die. Yeah, because what's happening in Gaza is they're having a fucking sleepover. Like, they think people are so stupid that they can do these dog whistles that worked in the past. So to be like, oh, well, this is different. They're advocating for judicial process. So it's just going to court. Why do they never say, you know what? I hope you get arrested. I hope you go to court. I hope someone sues you. They never say that shit. It's treason. I hope you get tried for treason, because they know treason or sedition, the outcome is death penalty. Like literally, outcomes of sedition. That's what actual is called. Political and social outcomes. Finds in imprisonment, 20 years in prison. Maybe I should look at this shit. Oh, I said sedition. I should have said treason. Sorry about it. The outcomes for treason in the United States can include the death penalty, a minimum of 5 years imprisonment, and a significant fine, and the permanent forfeiture of the right to hold public office. So there's a reason why they always say treason, because one of the outcomes is the death penalty. But they can't just say, I hope you get the death penalty, because that would be directly advocating for someone to die. So what they say is, I hope you get tried for treason. Which is why Asmongold somehow knows this, and which is why he phrased it that way. That's why he said like this.
Judicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process.
That is not advocating for the judicial process. That is advocating for the people to die. That's a death penalty.
To be used against people they disagree with, I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying.
This is the veiled threat.
The reality is that they have created that environment.
This is the veiled threat, and the reality is it has been far right and really just the right wing of the American government that's created this environment, right? You look at the history of the shooters in this country, almost exclusively they're right wing. With barring a few exceptions, they are right wing extremists. They've gotten radicalized due to, God, we don't have time to talk about all the ways to get radicalized on the internet. YouTube is actually one of the ways people get radicalized, right? But to make it like this is a veiled threat, they should be terrified. Well, yeah, it should happen to you. This isn't the cadence or the approach of someone who's trying to take a measured response and to bring the temperature down, right? This is someone trying to actively stoke. You took one of ours, we'll take one of yours, right? Mind you, at this point when he made this video, no one knew for sure the political leanings of the shooter. People still were saying this was a trans person doing this. No one knew anything. The FBI had like 3 suspects that were had nothing to do with anything. But they say shit like this.
Themselves, through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen.
I wonder if Asmongold has said anything about the other shootings that have happened. I'm going to go on a limb and say no. I'm going to go on a limb and say no, he hasn't. But you know what he has said? Now, granted, I don't know if this is recent. This is probably not a recent thing, but he still has said this.
Describe white supremacists and says that mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but
this is him talking about Nick Fuentes, who is the next step in this whole Charlie Kirk, Asmongold, all this shit, right?
And because Nick Fuentes is self-described white supremacist and says that mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar too. I think he's funny too. What's the problem with that? So what? They're racist. Okay, that's fine. They still say some funny stuff. And every once in a while, they're right about something.
So now, Dr. Umar is nowhere near the level of a Nick Fuentes. Dr. Umar is such a niche, relatively his whole thing is just black women, date black women, don't play outside your race. Not the best, by the way, but Dr. Umar gets used as a meme anytime black people find a white woman attractive, right? This is not a serious thing. Nick Fuentes is a self-avowed white nationalist. He's a white supremacist who says the N-word, who advocates for a harm against Jewish people. Like, he is a literal racist. And Asmongold's thing is, who cares? Sometimes they're funny and sometimes they say the right things. What right things would Nick Fuentes be saying you agree with, Asmongold? Mind you, given his recent turn, if there was someone that he didn't align with saying this, he'd want to get them canceled. Because that's what this whole thing's been about too. When I made this video, when I talked about, hey, Asmongold is doing the same shit he said people shouldn't do, and they're doing that in order to harass people. Like it's I said this would happen. I said this was going to happen. These are the kind of people. This is who they are. This is who they are. And you guys want me to believe they're genuine, that they really care about what's happening with society or what's happening with gaming or what's happening in the world. And they don't. Everything here is being used as ammunition for them to be awful. That's it. Like, that's it. They just want to be awful. And now they have permission to be worse people. That's all this has ever been about. Yeah, they're just making shit up too. Like, these people aren't genuine. They don't care. This is just so they can be mean on the internet to people. Like, Asmongold's dad has pancreatic cancer, and he's on the internet asking people to compile lists of enemies that he can fucking harass in videos. Like, look at this.
One of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work.
Mind you, these aren't things that are happening. This is what he's telling people to say to HR departments to get people fired. He's not saying this is happening. He's saying to say this.
One of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you know, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe, because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they would.
This is such fucking projection too. This, just again, like I showed in my video, projection. Everything he's saying is literally this his ideological side has been doing, has done, and continues to do.
Wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards
like you have
towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement? I think so, absolutely. But for some reason, these people are protected. And the reason why they're protected is because there's a lot of other ones at the company that feel the exact same way.
So not only is he fucking projecting, he's hallucinating things. He thinks that one of the design, like, it was like, who was it? It was like a fucking graphic. Who was it? Hold on. I just had this up. I'm so sorry. But I showed you the tweet. But I put it. Oh my God. Fucking hell. ADHD is kicking my ass right now. This is the tweet. Again, they're talking about. Staff character and texture. So they think that a Twitter user, or sorry, a Blue Sky account with 2,000 followers that made post that got 18 likes and 66 likes, they think that Sucker Punch would be aware of that immediately. And be like, well, we're gonna get rid of him. Sucker Punch, it did in fact fire them, by the way. They did get let go by Sucker Punch because of the harassment campaign of Asmongold. So unfortunately, it did work. But to be like, they haven't made a comment about that. Yeah, bro.
That they do. That's the only logical reason that I have.
The only logical reason is not because, like I stated, that this is a small fucking account that they would have to be scouring to even know they did that, especially on their own private account on Blue Sky, of all places, not Twitter, where we got probably picked up a lot quicker because of the environment Twitter is. No, it's because they're protecting them because other people probably feel this way too. that's the only thing I could come up with. Of course, that's the only thing you can come up with. You're a fucking idiot who's a paranoid loser who thinks that people are trying to come after him specifically. Like, it's...
And I think that at a certain point, Sony or somebody needs to step in. Whoever owns this company needs to step in and root out this disease before it kills the entire company. Because I do think that it will have a tremendously negative effect on the game.
Ghost Yote. Who reads archive for this? Ghost of Yote, let's just say what is it? Pre-orders? GameTop PlayStation Store pre-order charts worldwide in May and again in September. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I don't... Why is Dr. Disaster's video being referenced here? What the fuck? Abandoned Ghost Hotel pre-sale numbers are weak. Dead on arrival. Okay, real quick. Do you see how they like to... Okay, so Asmongold is their leader, right? Everyone who does this grift slop bullshit on YouTube, he's their leader. So he says something and then they follow through with it. What do you mean the pre-number? Ghost of Tsushima sequel, Ghost of Yote, spelled incorrectly, has low pre-order numbers comparable to Dragon Age Vilga, indicating a lack of excitement among fans. 4 days ago. Dead on arrival 3 days ago. Like, these are... And yet, it said it's chopped the tarts. It's chart the tops. It's topped the charts. This month. The most expensive deluxe version ranked higher than the base game. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's so it's just like they just make shit up. I was looking at. I think it was this one. Anyways, so then he goes and says, "This is episode 1, by the way. I will continue to do this until they are all gone or the companies that protect them have their reputations destroyed beyond repair. Keep joining Twitter community, keep sharing posts. It's working even faster than I anticipated." And then in another video, he says that he wants to keep doing this. So let's go to this one now. Because this is what I was saying.
We're going to look at some of the interesting users on You Would Never Believe actually
Whatever.
has to do his job rather than just copy pasting something off of Twitter. But anyway, you've got somebody.
What?
We'll start off with this. These are people. Dennis. Let's look at this, and this is also on Blue Sky. I'm 6'5" and Vans. Blue Sky Social. Sound effects associate at Bungie. So Bungie, you know the game that's trying to make Marathon. I guess they were too busy.
The game that's trying to make Marathon. Okay.
Sound effects, not visual effects. So maybe he actually has to do his job rather than just copy pasting something off of Twitter. But
the fuck
anyway,
are you talking
you've
about?
got somebody like this who's advocating for, and again, people might think that it's not a big deal. Oh, well, these people aren't making these statements themselves. These people aren't really saying anything that is that extreme. Here's the reason why it's a big problem. The reason why is because it creates an ecosystem and an environment where the actual extremism and the actual radical behavior is feeling comfortable. It feels comfortable.
This is such fucking... Holy shit. This is such fucking production. This is Asmongold and his community. This is Asmongold and his community. This is why every time he does a stream of like a PlayStation event or a game director or whatever, they see a woman on screen and they go DEI, LLL, F in chat, DEI. Like, this is him and his community. He creates the shit that he's... It's such projection.
In an environment where you have this blasé, passive acceptance of it, and you have...
Mind you, creating environment, blasé, passive acceptance of it. Okay, all right. So would you guys say that saying something like, I don't fucking
Is a
know.
self-described white supremacist and says that mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar too. I think he's funny too. What's the problem with that? So what? They're racist. Okay, that's fine. They still say some funny stuff, and every once in a while they're right about something. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me at all.
So would you say that creates an environment like that, this blasé demeanor of yours? Would you say that would be like, I don't know, permission to be racist in your community because you do not care if people are racist because you find it funny? Like, do you guys see what I mean when I say these people aren't genuine people? Like, they're not genuine people. Like, he is describing the effect he has on the environment.
Have people that are just basically complicit with it, but they're not openly saying it. They're just privately doing it, or they're just privately voicing their support as well. And, well, I guess in this case, it's not private anymore, is it? And so anyway, we have a associate producer at Bungie who is...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but he is... I know I mispronounce things pretty frequently. Well, not frequently. I mispronounce things. But just this whole stretch, just everything he's saying it so weirdly.
Voicing their support as well. And, well, I guess in this case, it's not private anymore, is it? And so anyway, we have a associate producer at Bungie.
Producer,
who is
what's
liking
happening?
and promoting tweets that are celebrating the death of a person being shot in the neck in front of their family and bleeding out profusely on the stage in front of millions of people. And so, good job, Bungie.
Not millions.
Really good.
But I'm gonna get to the point. He says
at Sucker Punch, amateur cosplay armor, D&D enjoyer, source of corgi pics, they and she. Okay, so we have also, and you're gonna see this word, this term, Sucker Punch, a number of times. We're not talking about the action, but we are talking about the company.
The term. Everyone knows it's the company, dumbass.
Itself, has gone multiple times on record making the most deranged, stupid comments like defunding the police. She's just your typical, like, libtard, insaniac, moron, retard, right?
Hey, I have a question. Were they not just saying, like, calling people names is bad because it might trigger people and lead them to do, like, awful things? But him using, like, not even just the R word, but, like, libtard, isn't that not charged by their own standards? Like, these people don't even operate with their own fucking rules, dude. It's so annoying.
Advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work.
This is the part we saw before.
Tell you that game that they're making right here. And the reason why they're protected is company. Because I do a couple of days ago about Ghosts of Yotai, and you can see 1,000 comments on
Jesus
this.
Christ.
Your senior dev at Sucker Punch is a violent leftist, etc. Then take a break, relax, pat yourself, never let up the pressure.
This part right here. This part of the video right here perfectly illustrates what I was telling you guys in other video. This has nothing to do with making things better. This isn't going to improve anything. This isn't about making the game company or game spacing more inclusive or more understanding or whatever. This is about having ideological enemies and forever suffering. Right? If you guys are familiar with what's happening with Alyssa Mercante and that whole situation, right? Where, you know, Ratface Smash JT has been harassing her for over a year, making literally hundreds of videos about her, continuously doing so. And he's had videos of him coming out saying that if he were to lose the lawsuit, he would ramp up the vitriol against her. Because this isn't about, and their whole excuse before was, we want her out of gaming. Fine. She no longer works at Kotaku. And then they continue that because it wasn't about getting her out of gaming. It was about making an enemy forever and always attacking them. And then Asmongold's about to preach the exact same shit here.
Never, ever, ever do that. Keep this pressure up until these people lose their jobs. And then after they lose their jobs, then take a break, relax, pat yourself on the back, wait for them to get another one, and then do it again. And that's the only way that you should treat these animals. And that's exactly what they are. You shouldn't view them as people. You should.
So, Asmongold, Here's a question. You advocated for the genocide of Palestinians because you said they had an inferior culture. Did you not? Of course you did. So you then should be endlessly, forever harassed, right? Because all these people did was like a fucking tweet. Again, I've shown you guys the tweet. You're seeing the tweet right now. And you're saying they should never get a job ever, period. In all of history, they should never get a job for the rest of the time. You have advocated for the genocide of an entire group of people. You have gleefully watched people getting beaten by the police. You think it's okay to run over protesters. You have said and done awful shit, way worse than that, what you're accusing them of. So then you should also be relentlessly harassed, right? Every time you upload a video, every time you do something, you should be harassed. And here's the thing. I called this out before he made this video. If we go back to the end of my video, God damn it. You know, I had shot this video before.
Around whether these people are good actors or bad actors.
Just wait for it.
These people are not good people. They're not on the right side of history. They're fucking bullies. They're fucking aggressive, abusive, vitriolic.
So this part right here, this part's covering it. Sorry, I'll read it to you. These are Grum's tweets. If you leave X and flee to Blue Sky, you are by definition mentally... Okay, so it is. And should not be telling gamers what to think about or what to play, or be a senior community management policies, especially if your last game was narrative production work on Concord Telebahire by Microsoft. So this woman, I'm actually glad I blocked it out so you can't see her whole name so they get doxxed. She worked at Concord, and then Concord narrative producer is now community manager at Microsoft Games. Why is always community manager? He made 2 posts about this woman on the same day, September 8th, because she got a job. And what was her crime, you guys? Did she advocate for murder? Did she say that Palestinians should be genocided? Did she say that people of a certain intelligence should be forced to be in the mines? Which all things Asmongold said, no. She worked on a video game that they didn't like. And by just that alone, they are harassing her. They are stalking her. Her getting a job, her being hired by Microsoft as community manager is worthy of ire for them. Because of course it is. Because none of this shit has ever been about anything other than who can they harass and get away with doing. That's it. That is fucking it. And this video right here, right? Asmongold are hypocritical losers, which I stand by 100%. His whole thing was this game was an illegal immigrant simulator. So because he doesn't like the game, attack it. And now he's trying to be like, oh, well, these people should never have jobs. These people, and the reasoning why he says that is because he says it's an imagined slight. It's because they did this to me. That's always his response. It's just they did it to me.
Shouldn't view them as a person with a political disagreement from you. These are violent animals that are trying to destroy
violent animals.
The last good thing that we have, which is the open ideas of political discourse.
Again, your president is sending the National Guard to predominantly black Democratic cities, or I should say Democratic cities with black mayors, because he views them as ideological enemies. Everything he claims to be against, he is in active support of, just so as long as it doesn't happen to him or people he likes. He doesn't give a shit. Again, if you guys go watch my video, He mentions that he doesn't care about people getting hate. He gets hate, so he doesn't give a shit. This guy doesn't care about anything.
And they're celebrating murdering people for doing it. And as soon as that starts happening, I don't want to know what's next. And the worst thing is that I already do, and I think you do too. And so anyway, we've got more of these here. His resignation is not enough for me. I hope he tanks the studio.
Madam Savvy, like, and this is the other aspect of this too. These fucking losers with zero motion, they all suck his disgusting balls because he will give them attention, and then they'll get an audience. They won't maintain the audience, of course, but they'll get an audience. That's why they tag him and everything. And he is such a fucking, there is no one on this fucking ecosystem who has a bigger bubble than Asmongold. He has 100% the largest echo chamber you will ever see. Ever. He has nothing but yes men in his vicinity, to the point where he called for the genocide of Palestinians because there's no one to check him at all, period, right? And these guys just want his attention because he gives them attention, which gives them more eyeballs, right? Which is why they're doing shit like this. Grums hasn't worked on his goddamn game in centuries, but he has more posts talking about Hassan than Ember. I don't even fucking know Madam Savvy does.
And cowards keep quiet. The studio deserves to go under. I understand why a lot of people at these companies don't speak up, which is why I suggest that if you work at one of these companies, please make sure to go to HR, showing themselves to be what they hate.
Also, how to fucking tell people you've never had an office job. Do you think HR does anything? like, do you think HR is this like powerful force that you guys, someone did something wrong? Like, if you've never worked in an office.
Authoritarian freaks that want to censor and silence anybody they despise. Yeah, I do. I do. I think that anybody who's advocating for killing people over speech like this should be censored. Absolutely.
So again, by your own definition, you should be censored. Tectone should be censored. Grum should be censored. Everyone you are aligned with should be censored. Your president called for, I know people are going to say, you have to go this far back, but it still qualifies, right? What? Clinton? Was it Hillary Clinton, right? What was it? Was there we go. Trump praises New Hampshire lawmaker who called for shooting Hillary Clinton. 2019. And I know some people would say you have to go that far back. I think it's still pretty pertinent because he was still president at the time as he is now. I doubt his opinions have changed, but here he is praising. So then, Asmongold, you should be against Trump, right? Because here he is praising for the death of somebody, a political opponent, for political reasons. Like,
absolutely. And this is just normal. Absolutely. I don't, the person is simply trying to use your values to subvert you and take advantage of you and to push their own agenda and to hurt you. And so never listen to this, never play into this game, never even acknowledge that that there's any validity to it at all. These people don't care about freedom of speech. The only time they bring it up is whenever they're trying to co-opt the person who does care about freedom of speech. And
this is you. This is literally you. You were a free speech absolute, and now you're like, actually, no. Actually, no more free speech, you guys. No more. Just like that, no more of this video either. No more of that. But like, so the reason why I showed all of this shit, right, is to highlight the point I made in this video my other video more clearly. These people don't care about anything that they're talking about. This isn't about freedom of speech because they don't care about freedom of speech. This isn't about getting justice for him because they don't give a shit about justice. Once they found out that the shooter was not a trans person or anyone who was on their ideological like opposition, it just became the shooter's motives don't even matter that much anymore. The shooter's motives don't matter. We don't care. We don't care. It's, oh my God, you guys are disgusting. You're sick people. Oh yeah, but by the way, I have been making fun of George Floyd this whole time. It's oh my God. Democrats are part of hate and violence. Also, here's my Christmas tree when I had my political enemies hung, lynched as decorations. These are the people who are telling you that you are bad for not feeling sad about Charlie Kirk passing. But again, I will always say this. This is what happens. This is what happens when you create an environment to which you tell people things like empathy are wrong and bad. Like, this is what they always want. They always want infinite grace and empathy for them and none for you. They always want to be able to oppress people, to attack people, to be vicious towards people. They want that. But if you give them that back, suddenly it's, wait a minute, you can't do that. It's against the rules. What's his name? Mighty Keith, YouTuber, he's also on Twitter, was responding to like Smash JT, and then suddenly everyone got real racist towards him. So then he was like, I don't want to interact with these people. And they're like, wait, like scared. Oh my God. And it's just like, I'm going to show you. Like, I'm going to show you what they said to him. Like, it's insane. I just fucking find it. Jesus Christ. I really gotta start like bookmarking shit. Whatever. Look at this, for example. Nancy Mace. We know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We would try to do the same. I think she goes on to say, look at that. Time to bring back the death penalty when she thought it was a trans shooter. But when she found out it was a white and most likely conservative or far right person, suddenly it's empathy. Suddenly it's, Charlie would want us to pray for such an evil. Like, it's such fucking horseshit, dude. And it's not just her. All of them are walking back this rhetoric. So like, and I wrote, you when you thought the shooter was trans. Enough is enough. Representative Nancy Mews comments on reports of Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being, I'm not going to say that, but you can see that here. Oh, listen to this shit. You know how they always go on and on and on about DEI because people are unqualified? Like Charlie Kirk had mentioned, talking about black people who need affirmative action. Listen to this.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford, and as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon. I think she graduated first in her class at Stanford, and Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met.
Doesn't know her. Listen to the recommendation of Bobby. This isn't new, by the way, but like, she's not qualified. She literally didn't finish her residency and is not a practicing physician and went into actual academics, and she's a surgeon general. Like, Oh, this was insane, by the way.
For 33 hours.
Listen to this. This is the most insane shit I have ever heard a governor say in a situation. Okay, just listen to this.
You know, this bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
Now, a part of me understands what he was thinking, but another part of me goes, that's fucking insane to say that you wish it was someone who was from a different state or from someone who wasn't from the country. Like, to say that you wish it was a foreigner who did this so it would have been easier is insane. Like, bro was upset that he couldn't blame it on a foreigner. That is insanity. Like, how do you even say that? And like what? Goodbye to every single Democrat. Blow that bitch. This is from the side of people who are, you know, saying that the left is violent. Yes, here we go. I forgot what I was looking for. I remembered. What else could that mean? What could the fuck could that meant? I don't know. It sounds like he wanted the person to be basically not white. So it would have been easier. But this is what Mighty Keith wrote, right? Mighty Keith is blocking people and hiding replies. Yeah, man, I'm no longer entertaining bad faith, active ignorance. Like, what part of this can I have a conversation with? Please go back to whatever shithole country you belong to. Uganda or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, I don't think you're human either. Fuck you. Best believe if you died, they would be memeing you and make fun of you, by the way. We don't see niggas as human. Acknowledging Negro behavior isn't evil, it's the truth. And then, I mean, like, and they're upset that he hid these. And all Chief said was essentially he finds it hard to find sympathy for a person who didn't see them as human. And if you got to hear earlier in the stream, you understand why he feels that way, why a lot of people feel that way, right? And they're like, Charlie Kirk was deeply Christian. Of course, he saw his political enemies as human. Your tweet is more a projection of how you view your enemies than the other way around. He was not evil and he saw everyone as human. He literally did not see everyone as human. He wanted unity and saw beyond skin color. He isolated black people to such a degree that in his last speaking engagement, he was going to talk about how black people do gang violence on a question that was about how many trans people have committed mass shootings. Y'all complete method versions of him in your heads that have never existed to serve your narrative. You could have just said nothing. Disgraceful. Like, it's... And then, like, right, yes, why are you gaslighting me and telling me someone who said black women don't have the brain processing power to be taken seriously, so they steal white men's jobs isn't racist? Clearly that person has heard that and the other shit for Charlie and still don't think he's racist, so the discussion's in bad faith. Okay, I was just pointing out that these two replies are not mocking and offensive. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, he saw beyond skin color. Like, no, he didn't. Can you give us the full context of the quote? How can we know you're not talking shit, taking out of context? I ask you guys, what possible context could there be to make black women don't have the brain processing power to be taken seriously, so they steal white men's job? not racist. Unless, to be fair, unless he was saying it would be insane to say black come down processing power, brain power to be taken seriously, so still MS jobs, which he didn't. This is all bad faith. But this is what I'm talking about. This is all they do. Like, everything they do is planned ignorance. It's always bad faith. It's always bad faith. And then there's people who, again, like, this isn't long as I think. I haven't talked about Kirsha in a long time. But you have dumbasses and racist Nazis like Kirsha, who were talking about how, oh my God, the way they're treating Charlie Kirk. And then when this guy fucking murdered protesters, her response wasn't, oh my God, this is senseless violence. It was, in a time where lawlessness is permissible, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. There were people protesting, and he fucking killed them. Kirsha, happy Otoya Yamaguchi Day. Remember to remove commies before they subvert your nation. And obviously asthma go on genocide, right? And these are the people, like, I read a lot of articles on stream, a lot of which invoke his name. To some people, he has basically been given sainthood status due to the frequency of his name coming up in articles still in 2024, 2025. He's coming up because you people keep fucking bringing him up. I started sing song Saint Floyd of the fentanyl in his name, we pray, as a way to joke at the people who put him on a pedestal. He wasn't a good person. He shouldn't have died. Both can be true. Weird. He wasn't a good person. He shouldn't have died, and both can be true. And yet, Charlie Kirk wasn't a good person. Shouldn't have died. But now I'm Satan for saying that. George Floyd said nothing about anyone. We have quotes directly from fucking Charlie Kirk calling black people, essentially black women, too stupid to do anything, so they need affirmative action. Like, we have all of this. All of this. And she said this shit this year, May 12th, 2025. But no, it's different, you guys, because something criminal, something too soon, something like, it's like, this is what I mean when I say this shit is insane. It's insane. It's insane. And that's why I said this. You guys, there's no point in bringing facts to motherfuckers that think that Democrats have weather dominators. They are so divorced from reality and brain broken, they aren't even worth engaging with. And it's true. Now, to the people who actually care and want to, like, learn about shit, obviously engage them in good faith. But the vast majority of these people aren't that. They just want to be hateful. They're not looking to engage anything in good faith. Like, they're not engaging in good faith at all, because they never engage in good faith. Everything is blood sport. Oh, it's let's fucking harass people until the end of time because I don't like a tweet they made. But also, cancel culture bad. But also, if I do it, cancel culture good. Like, and then we have people coming into my comment section being like, oh, well, that's not fair. You're defending this. What I am pointing out is the not only the blatant hypocrisy, but the very transparent tactics they are using. Some of them aren't even trying to hide it. Grumps flat out said the motives don't matter. Asmongold wants to forever harass people. Like, because there is no end for them. There is no final point for them. If we can pull this back down to just like video games for a second. Remember when Trump won the election, what did you see them say? Wokeness is dead. We won. LOL, we won. You guys, we won. Trump won. Gaming is so back. We're so back, you guys. We've never been more back. Like they were literally saying that shit. Like, we won. Trump is the president, so we've won. Literally, Asmongold has a video called from 1 month ago, Trump Saves Gamers. Like, I know you guys have seen those posts. Like, oh, we're one. Gaming is so back. Gaming is so back. Like, it's and then suddenly, no, they didn't actually. Like, actually, no, we didn't win. We're still. I mean, look, I'm showing you. I'll show you right now. You have Donald Trump. So they're supporting Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump wins the election, right? President Trump saved video games, geeks and gamers. Trump decided with gamers, smash JT. Trump saved the gaming industry forever. DEI is done. Trump saves gamers. Trump saves gaming. President Trump just saved video games. Trump saves the gaming industry. Trump set to dismantle DEI and wokeness. Trump killed woke gaming. So you guys, he killed woke gaming. Woke gaming is done. He did it. We lost. Us bleeding heart lefties lost. And yet, have you not consistently seen shit on YouTube? People are going like, games are woke, too woke, everything's woke. I'm anti-pants gaming, everything's gay and woke. It's because there is no true victory for these people. Because there's always an enemy. There's always... Why is my camera going so fucking hot? Also, look how thick my shirt is. Look at that shit. Toji. But there's always an enemy. There's always a fight. They never win. Even though they have all the levels of government on their side, they don't win. Asmongold got someone fired from their job. Well, too bad. I want them fired from every job forever until the end of time. Because there is no finality here. There is no end point. It's endless. It's endless hatred. It's endless vindication. He's a vindictive piece of shit. They all are. This is what this is all about too. Like, from like a behavioral side, these are people who are so empty inside that all they have is hate. That's it. That's it. There's no end to anything that they do, ever. It's countless. Again, they won the presidency, right? And instead of like, okay, we've won, well, now it's, let's invade Venezuela. Let's annex Greenland. Let's fucking do it. Because there's no victory condition for them. There's always an enemy. Enemy is both incompetent and powerful. It's an infinite hate cycle for these guys. That lady worked on Concord and then just got another job. She wasn't even part of the list. Wasn't even part of their list, right? Crumbs is stalking her because she worked on Concord as a narrative producer. Like, do you not see how insane these people are? All of them were gung-ho to start shooting trans people and leftists, and then they found out the shooter was a cis white guy. And now it's, well, the motives don't matter. The motives don't matter, you guys. I'm projecting so hard. I was waiting for a dumbass to come in here, to be completely honest. So thank you for not disappointing. Please explain how I'm projecting. Tell the class. Don't be shy. We'll wait. I would love to know how I'm projecting. I mean, I know I'm being loud, so that's a form projecting. But I'd like to know how I'm projecting. Gamers winning about Trump in office is one division. We're about to have more. Yeah, that's what and I said this was going to happen in my video when I said Project 20 ties bad for gamers, right? And then I also talked about how the right has infiltrated gaming and how this would bite us in the ass. I knew this was going to happen. Video games are going to get way more sensitive. RFK is trying to say that video games cause violent shootings. But yeah, I would love Gusher, please come to the front of the class and tell me how I am projecting. You just said the same things you said right wingers are wrong for. No, don't be generic. Tell me what I said. Tell me what I said. Tell me what I'm projecting. Don't pussy out and say you just said the same things you said right wingers wrong for. What did I say exactly? Bueller, losing people's jobs, etc. When now, let's use this right now, okay? When did I say we should forever harass people? When did I say we should find out where someone works, get them fired, and if they get another job, fire them again? When did I say that? When did I promote that? It should be easy to remember since apparently I've said this. Yeah, please tell me when I said that. When I promoted that, when I advocated for that. Please tell me that. Something tells me you're not going to be able to produce that. But I have another question for you. Why do you guys, this is the very interesting moment for me to have right now. Why do you guys, two questions. Why do you guys come to chats like this, people you don't agree with? I mean, it's for attention, but why do you need my attention? And secondly, why do you guys like to make shit up? I'll give another minute, then I'll see if they're gone or not. But like, this also highlights nothing too. These people are such bitches. They're so bitch made that they think they want to be able to just, again, like I said before, they want to be able to just say shit and do shit. And then if they get checked, wait a minute. Like, look at the motherfucker was like, you are projecting so hard. I call him out. And then his words were, you just said the same things you said right wingers are wrong for, losing people's jobs, etc. How do you come in saying I'm projecting and then have nothing to back that up with? Like, they're cowards. That's what it always comes down to, right? They're always cowards. They're such cowards, and they think people won't come back to them. Happens a lot to DD. Yeah, I know, but DD loves that shit. I think they love that shit, to be honest. But like, real talk, it's cowardice. And they know they're cowards. That's why they have to do the tactics that they do. They can't just admit shit. Like, this whole stream so far, I've done nothing but provide both sources and clarifications and evidence for all the claims I was making. But even, okay, I'm just complaining about, okay, that's not projecting though, right? But that's like the same sort of logic when people say talking about racism is just as bad as being racist. Like, if someone does something racist and I acknowledge, hey, that was racist. Well, you're racist too because you knew it was racist. Like, that's the circular logic I'm seeing here. But me talking about what they're doing is me projecting. Also, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt on that, because projecting is completely different than me doing the same thing they're doing, right? What we saw Asmongold doing, that's projection. Him saying that if you allow if you have like a blasé approach and you allow for the stuff to fester, then you're being complicit into like what happens in like a community in a company, right? That's projecting. That's literally what Asmongold does. His subreddit is living proof of this. His chats are living proof of that. His comment section is living proof of that. When his commenters come to my videos, you guys can clearly tell who watches my stuff, who might be new to me, and who's coming specifically to defend their roach kink. I want them fired from every job at the end of time. Yes, you did hear that out of context because I was literally saying that's what Asmongold wants. Because his plan is to find people, make a list, and then get them fired. And then once they find another job, he wants to get them fired again. So yes, you did hear that out of context. All YouTubers just want views. Yeah. All YouTubers do want views. The difference in that, right? The nuance in that is the way you go about it. Like I will use myself as an example here. Okay. Here are my most recent videos. Can I find my... So. These are my videos right here, right? First off, I think this is a good thumbnail, my propaganda video thumbnail, right? But part of what I do to get attention, to get views, yes, obviously I know if I talk about certain topics, certain people, I'm going to have more eyeballs on me than if I'm just talking about me losing my mind, right? Or just talking about conspiracy theories or ruining discourse, because they are. I'm aware of that. But what I want to do when I want eyeballs on something, I might make a little, I have it like this, right? Asmongold and Ilk are hypocritical losers. Take us north, right? But that's the extent of what I do. I try to make that, like most YouTubers, I try to make, not all the time, because sometimes I'm lazy, you guys. Like this cloud chasing video, I was being lazy. But sometimes, you know, when I'm not being lazy, I like to work on the thumbnails to make it interesting enough to have someone click on it, right? That's how thumbnails will work. That's the whole point of them. So yeah, I would like to get some views, but I don't live and die by views. Like I don't only make videos for views. Otherwise, I literally would not post any single game video ever. And I just posted about my playthrough of Chronos New Dawn. I got 131 views. I have 2,000 views, 1.5, 100, 6,000, 2,000, 2,000, 14,000, 2,000, 3,000. Like, I don't posting specifically just for views, but yeah, getting views as a YouTuber is, of course, it's what we want. But again, there's a method to everything. There's nuance, and that's something that's been sorely missing. Hold on. He wants them to put out a public life and poisoning our hobbies. Also, the left has been playing this game for years. No, the left has not been playing this game for years. This is the insanity I'm talking about. You had small groups. Here's the thing to understand, okay? The left is not organized. The left has so much infighting. We get almost nothing done. Our quote-unquote allies, the Democrats, hate us, right? So the left we don't have the organization of the right. We simply do not, which means we don't have the power, whether institutional or social, to do anything like that. What leftist group got someone canceled forever? Is Louis C.K. not still selling out shows? Is Mel Gibson not still making fucking movies? Is Kevin Spacey not mounting a comeback to Hollywood? Like, you guys say the left done this for years. No, they haven't. Because we couldn't. And then also, the reasonings are completely 100% different. And to say he wants them put out of public life and poisoning our hobbies, these are the people who made your fucking hobbies to begin with. You know what's poisoning your hobbies? People like Andy Pants making a game in 40 days using generative AI and including CSAM of their own daughter in the game. That is what is poisoning games. You know what's poisoning video games? Crunch. Unrealistic expectations. Capitalism. Those are the actual issues. Like, I'm being delusional. Okay, then again, give me proof. Give me proof of the left canceling someone forever. The most recent example I could possibly think of is some loser made a website about the people who were playing the Harry Potter wizarding game like a couple of years ago, right? And even then, a lot of people were against it on both sides. Like, you're not going to find any evidence of what you're claiming, just so you know. But please try. I would love to be wrong on this. Yeah, it's different from how grifters get used, like Berman. Yes, exactly. Like, people calling out shitty behavior, grifters, is not the same as engaging in said behavior and grifting. Like, I'm sorry, but a lot of the opposing sides, all right, a lot of the opposition's thought process is so simplistic that it's almost impossible to even have an actual conversation with them. Like, I'm actively trying to communicate to you right now, and all you're telling me stuff is, wow, delusional. Mind you, you're calling me delusional after you admitted you heard me out of context. Like, let the record show you came in here, said I was projecting. Then I asked you to clarify. And then you said, losing people's jobs. And I said, what are you talking about? And then you said, quote, I want them fired from every job at the time. Perhaps I heard out of context. And I clarified that you did. And now you're calling me delusional. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, people will say, oh, you guys don't argue in good faith. This is what we deal with. Your first comment to me was just, you're projecting. Not even like a, hey, I have a difference of opinion, or hey, I don't believe this to be correct. Nothing of the sort. But yes, they have a very simplistic worldview because anything else that has nuance is too hard for them. I got recommended a video complaining about ProZD and authentic acting as an example of obvious bull. I mean, I did a video on ProZD and how it was a lie, started by Rev Says Des. Yeah, the left has so many divisions. It's insane. Like, ultimately, we want the same thing, but like, we aren't unified. We're just not. So what makes it funny, we're so disorganized that literally there's a term called leftist infighting, right? But they somehow think that people on the left have the power to institute wide sweeping changes. If we did, your life would be objectively better. You would have free healthcare. You would have social safety nets. You would have, probably, if I had my way, universal basic income. You would be able to make a livable wage. And if for some reason you were unable to work, you'd be taken care of because you're a fucking person. That's my philosophy. You watch mine, so you're informed. Well, that's awesome. That's what I want, though. Like, I'm not even a huge, like, I honestly do feel for like the larger, like, left-leaning creators, because I'm not even a big creator. And I've been hit, and of course, Better Gun Laws, I've been hit with so much like misinterpretation. It's insane. I do a video talking about how the hypocrisy in Asmongold and both his approach to Take Us North, how that's hypocritical because these are the same people who are mad at Collective Shout for effectively doing the same thing. And then they double down on that and now want to make a repository of their political enemies under the guise of getting these people out of gaming forever. But I'm the weird one. No one's getting fired for wanting better healthcare. I want to show you something, Gusher. I want to show you the world that we live in, the real world that we live in.
A Shelby County Schools cafeteria worker has officially lost her job after receiving money that she says was benefiting students. The Shelby County School Board hosted a hearing on Monday night to discuss Yvette Dunn's future. According to the superintendent, Dunn violated protocol by not informing the school about accepting donations intended for students who couldn't afford lunch, using the funds to help them pay. Dunn says that her own children attended Shelby Elementary, but her pleas falling on deaf ears, losing her job at the school.
I made a mistake, and I think I should, be able to go back to my job. In my opinion, I think I should have just got suspended for 2 weeks, but I've been off since October. But I don't think I should get terminated just for not telling confidentiality.
Dunn says that she did not misuse any of those funds and that they were all in support of the school's PTO.
Okay, so we live in a world. Not only is there school lunch debt. I worked at a school, so I know there's school lunch debt. We live in a world where a woman who is trying to help children eat gets fired because she didn't reveal anonymity. She even said she made a mistake. There was no evidence of her illegally acquiring funds or misusing said funds, and that she should have got suspension. And they fucking fired her. This is the world that we live in. During COVID, there were nurses who were giving out free COVID shots who lost their jobs. Okay? This is the world that we live in. We live in a world where people can relentlessly make fun of George Floyd, a victim of police brutality, confirmed police brutality, and in fact, you have people in the government trying to get him, Derek Chauvin, out of prison because of racism. But we live in a world where a victim of police brutality is treated worse than someone who, granted, also a victim of gun violence, but treated worse than someone who's advocated for no empathy for gun violence, for black people to basically go back to how it was in the 1940s, and for gay people to be stoned to death. That's the world we live in. We live in a world where someone like Asmongold can get insane wealth, and what they choose to do is harass game developers because they don't like a tweet that they liked, while also being a fan of Nick fucking Fuentes. So forgive me if I am less than enthused, if I'm skeptical of the actions of people like that. We don't know her past either at that school. Fentanyl was a factor. My brother in Christ, fentanyl was not a factor in George Floyd. It was the fucking neck being knelt on by the full weight of a police officer. That is what literally killed him. Like, ugh. We don't know her past at that school either. Like, do you see what I'm talking about? How disingenuous this is? You saw someone get fired for objectively helping children. Right? That's what you saw. And your brain goes, well, what about her past? We don't know what happened. If this was like a 3 strikes rule, I'm pretty confident that would have been mentioned. Like what are you doing? Like Jim, what are you trying to do? Like, But again, this is what I'm talking about. Empathy has been beaten out of so many people that we see someone lose their job from feeding kids. I have seen schools turn down money from philanthropists willing to cover student debts because they just want students to be in debt. Like, it's insane. Like, we live in a very fucked up, very violent world. And then for some reason, people are acting as if what happened to Charlie Kirk is a rarity in this country and wasn't the 46th shooting at a school this year, which is what I also brought up in my video. There is such a larger issue at play here, but rather than focus on the larger issue, we have people using this opportunity to enact their own nefarious plans and schemes. Like, no one here, no one who's talking about like, oh, no one's talked about the school shooting that happened the day after. Just so you know that. The people who seem so concerned about gun violence, not a single one of them are talking about the shooting that happened by a 16-year-old white kid who was once again radicalized on the internet to being anti-Semitic and a white supremacist. They're not talking about that. Because that doesn't feed their net. That doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. Like, people don't give a shit. Like, yeah, you have people like Tectone advocating for public executions as long as it's done by the police or by the law enforcement. Like, we are living in one of the cruelest times I've ever seen, where we are getting bombarded. I shouldn't say that. We are getting, well, everywhere I'm going to use it sounds bad. We're getting hit with so many images of children getting their legs blown off, ripped apart, getting killed endlessly by our financial support from American government to Israel and their genocidal campaign, right? We're seeing all of that on a daily basis. And you have people here telling you that's a good thing. We saw our government illegally kill 11 people on a Venezuelan boat. And you know what people like Grum said? Good. The person who is compiling a list of people who liked the tweet that I showed you, I will show you the tweet that they liked once again, so we can really hammer home this point. It's people who liked a tweet are being fucking harassed till the end of time if Asmongold gets his way. And here's the tweet. This is the tweet, right? All they did, they lost their job over this, mind you. Like, here's the tweet. Sorry, the blue sky, the skeet, blue sky, the cloud. This is the cloud, whatever. This is the post that they made. This is what they had losing their minds over, okay? This is a bridge too far for them. But oh, actually, you know what? I don't have it on here. I have it on my, hold on. Let me make sure I have it on my desktop. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Kenneth Roth. Let me zoom in for you guys. There you go. Drug trafficking is a crime, not an act of war. Traffickers must be arrested, not summarily executed, which the U.S. forces just illegally did. Shut the fuck up. I voted for this. Cartels are international terrorist organizations and get the full force of the U.S. military. So, liking a tweet that's a joke about hoping the killer's name was Mario, so Luigi know his brother has his back, awful. Let's harass them to the end of time. advocating for extrajudicial killings? Hell yeah, dude. Like, this is, and it's not just him, by you. It's I did bookmark this one too. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have so many bookmarks. Here we go. Smash JT was also one of those people who were. So let's walk it back a bit. Well, he's blocked me. I blocked him. So this is what Chief Keef said earlier. Charlie Kirk was a very evil man. He was. He spent most of his career dividing this country with race-baiting rhetoric, defending pedophiles, and advocating for genocide. All true. I showed you guys this earlier in the video. I will be honest and say it's hard to find sympathy for a person who didn't see me as human. I don't think murder is ever the right course of action, though. I will not miss Charlie Kirk, but I don't think he deserved to die. Hopefully, this country will one day come together instead of feeding into the division most political commentators and figureheads spew out. This is Smash HT's response. I had a feeling that post yesterday was him testing the waters to see if it was safe to dive, and with what he was really thinking. This Mighty Keef dude is a real piece of shit. Done trying to understand and accept the different point of view. Fuck these people. Even Mold King himself, Asmongold, wrote, "This is just my opinion. With all the unhinged psychotic posts celebrating the shooting, Keith doesn't seem that crazy. We shouldn't expect people to make the guy out to be a saint if they didn't like him, and he clearly states what he does is wrong. Bigger fish to fry. This is extremely reasonable." Right? Now, Smash GT says, fuck this guy. Real piece of shit, right? Because he simply isn't sad that Charlie Kirk is dead because he was an evil man. Here's Smash JT laughing about 200 people dying in a plane crash. The video says 241 killed, 1 survivor in Air India plane crash. And this is his reaction.
Kyle B, fear the Huggies for the 2. What you hear on Black Box, fuck, sheet, I reckon.
One point for doing racist accent.
Oh, shit.
And these are the people. These are the people who are trying to tell other people they're bad because they're not sad Charlie Kirk is dead. Like, oh, sorry. Are we certain that they were cartels? No, we're not. We're not certain at all. Yeah. These are the people colluding with Asmongold. Granted, not one instance Asmongold showed that he can be a human being, but these are the people that he's relying on. Grums, who's pro extrajudicial killings, Smash JT, who doesn't give a shit about life apparently and thinks it's funny that people died in a plane crash, even to the point where he's making fun of their accents. These are the same people telling you right now that these guys are unhinged. He said Chief Keef. He said Keef was unhinged. He said he was a piece of shit because Keef said that he doesn't think that Charlie Kirk should have been murdered, but he isn't sad that he's gone. Like this is the insanity of what we're dealing with this, right? Didn't the people on the plane also have families? Sure. But they're from India, so who gives a shit? People in Palestine have also had families, and whole families murdered, but who cares because they're in Palestine? Like, these people lack so much empathy that the idea of caring about someone who's not directly next to them eludes them. But then they expect people like me to have infinite empathy for them. And I have stated on multiple occasions, I don't fucking work that way. I am not built that way. You might have to find another person, maybe someone who's like a Buddhist or whatever, who can have infinite compassion for people like that. I can't, because they will show you time and time and time again, when you give them an inch, they will go 1,000 miles. And they expect you to give them more inches. Don't take that out of context. They will expect you to constantly and consistently turn the other cheek. They always want you to go the high road. I was never a fan of Michelle Obama's phrase of, if they go low, we go high. Because that only works when the opposite side has a conscience. But when you have seen over the last decade at this point, the depravity that's been allowed to go on, you have seen them justify children being killed in schools. You see them justify going after trans people, the cruelty in which they go after marginalized communities in this country, let alone just like black people. They are going after marginalized communities with such regularity that when they heard that Charlie Kirk was shot, the first thing they did was say it was a trans shooter. Because that creates the permission structure, right, to harm trans people. Like, that is where we are at. And it is those very same people who are now trying to tell everyone else who's for the first time giving them not only the exact treatment that they have been giving everyone else, but giving the treatment they have been advocating for. Don't like empathy. Empathy is a new age concept that does lots of harm. They have now experienced for once the type of shit they put other people through, and they can't handle it. They're trying to make laws where if you criticize, if you're a foreigner and you criticize Charlie Kirk, that you'll have your visa denied. Like we're not even. Who said it was trans? Literally all of fucking. Here. The ATF has confirmed that the shooter had trans ideology inscribed with bullets they killed Charlie Kirk with. Appearing the shooter was a trans radical. You know where he got this information from? Fucking Steven Crowder. What? That's crazy. Steven Crowder changed his bio to say that no one can serve Daily Show a day after Charlie was murdered. Host of the #2 conservative. Wow. But you know, we're heartless. According to preliminary internal reports circulated inside the Bureau ATF, federal local officials recovered ammunition with the shooter's rifle that appeared to have been engraved with statements expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Charlie Kirk. Steven Crowder somehow got access to that and leaked it, and that became the story. And then you know what happened? It was debunked immediately. This is what was on the casings. But even prior to that, right, you had them running with it. Literally Nancy oh my God, how did I forget this? I showed this earlier. You want to know who else thought it was immediately a trans shooter? Fucking Nancy Mace. Which is not a surprise, but when she thought it was a trans shooter, being my death penalty, when she thought the shooter was trans. Representative Nancy Mace comments on reports of Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro-trans. And then she went off on that. And this is when they found out when they weren't trans. And they were, in fact, a cis male. Like, it's, so yeah, a ton of people were like, it's trans. It's a trans. That's not calling the shooter trans. Literally said it was a trans radical. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Literally showing you post. He obviously was a far left extremist. All right, you guys, you got it. You got it. He was a far left extremist. You got it. You got it. Cool word games, nitpicking the word trans and trans radical, where trans can either mean someone who is radicalized in trans ideology. There is no trans ideology, you fucking moron. You can't be radicalized in an ideology that doesn't exist. Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? You guys are so dumb. Holy shit. Oh my, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Pro trans ideology. All right, tell me what are the core tenets of transness? Since it's an ideology, tell me just tenets. Just tell me that. What are the ideologies for transness? Since it's what are the core tenets? Catch this fascist is in fact a meme. It's also a reference to fucking Helldivers 2. Oh, my bad. My bad, login. My bad. Well, even so, okay, other people, Gusher, tell me still, the question still stands. If you think trans is an ideology, tell me the tenets of being trans. What teachings are there? Like what teachings are there? What are the bylaws of being trans? Like I always hear that shit. Like what tell me what is it? The Post said it is. The Post said it is. The Post said it is. That's your defense. Log in. Don't worry. I got you. You're good. But like legitimately, that's your defense for your belief in the trans ideology is that a Post said that it exists. That's not how that shit works, dude. An ideology has core tenets that you follow. Like, it is a system of ideas and beliefs. So you tell me the systems of ideas and beliefs of trans people. Like what? And just so you know, just having a belief is not an ideology. What I'm telling you, Gusher, is there is no trans ideology. So when they say shit like that, they're saying that the shooter themselves, the shooter, is trans. There is no trans ideology. That's what I'm trying to communicate to you. It doesn't exist. They said trans ideology. It was the initials of the manufacturing company, TRN. And they said that must be trans because there is no trans ideology. When people say trans ideology in this context, they are trying to say this person was trans. They were brainwashed by the trans ideology, hence they are trans. Like that's it. Anyways, let's see what we do know about what the situation here. This is from Al Jazeera. What we know about Tyler Robinson's family. Robinson listed addresses in the parents' 6-bedroom home located in a suburb outside the city of St. George in southern Utah, about 3.5 hours from Utah Valley University. Utah state records show Robinson's registered to vote, but he's not affiliated with a political party, and he didn't vote in the 2 most recent general elections. Robinson's parents, who have been married for about 25 years, own a granite countertop business, are registered Republicans. Robinson's 2 younger brothers. Robinson became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS, the Mormon Church. Honorable student, He attended Utah State for 1 semester. He's now enrolled as a 3rd-year student in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College in St. George. This part is very important here because another line of attack that they're going with now, because they can't go with trans shooter or migrant or illegal or anything like that, is that he was radicalized through college. And I'm being so serious when I say that. They are saying that he was radicalized through college. And the college that he goes to, or I should say went to, is the 21st most conservative college in America. So he went 1 single semester to the 21st most conservative college in America and then became an electrical engineer. And just say, oh, by the way, who was saying they're transgender? Like I said before, if the person who killed Charlie Kirk was transgender, there can be no mercy for that species any longer. We've already tolerated far too much from those creatures. Do you understand what I meant now when I said that there is no trans ideology? Transgender and trans ideology to these people are one and the same. But yes, they're trying to say he was radicalized. He was radicalized by one semester at a conservative university. He was definitely radicalized by the internet. The family said Robinson had recently become more political and recounted a dinner table conversation where he mentioned Kirk's upcoming visit to Utah, prompting discussion as to whether the conservative activist was spreading hate. Governor Cox said ammunition found on the scene had engravings referencing meme culture and anti-fascism. This is the part that's confusing lots of people here. I'll talk about that in a second. Let me see if there's any more information here. Okay, so this is okay, so it's more current up here. So this part where he's talking about referencing meme culture and anti-fascism. Let's go back to see what the bullet casings were about, because there was a complete thread on this that I saved for this particular reason. Although this is the part, yeah. Helldiver's meme, right? But let's break down college brainwash. It's fucking so stupid. Utah State University is located in Logan, Utah. Is considered among the most conservative non-religion affiliated universities in America. But yes, that radicalized him. Here. So this is a thread from Adam Cochran. But so the fake claims of trans Antifa symbols comes from both ammo stamps and casing inscriptions wrongly reported. They try to paint Tyler as left, but like Crooks, this is a fringe right-wing groiper. Here are the details. On registered Republican Tyler Robinson. Now, to be fair, I'm not sure if he's been actually registered Republican or not. But here we have. So the trans ideology was literally this, TRN. After a few followers mentioned they thought this might be a reference to the manufacturing stamps, I had a quick look. Many manufacturers stamp with arrows and iron sights are initials including TRN. This seems like something that anyone in law enforcement should have known if they aren't a podcaster. Oh, and P.S. The person who allegedly made the initial claim of these symbols was supposedly at the ATF. That's the kind of person who should actually, you know, understand firearms. And this is where I was talking about. It came from a leak from Steven Crowder. This guy was not a trans activist. So someone in this chat, I believe it was Randy, you said that he was a pro-trans activist, right? He's not. Not a trans activist. But there's more to this thread. Case readings. Notices bulge. Ooh, what's this? It's an old meme that's basically from furries, but they also have groypers do it when they're transvestigating. The second casing. Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. A song popularized during World War II as part of the anti-fascist movement in Italy. The heavily Catholic alt-right groypers use this song when mocking elected activists, but also individuals like Fuentes have called Charlie Kirk a liberal in disguise, a globalist, a fascist, and a fake conservative. This matches with the third case reading, Cash This Fascist. What he doesn't mention here is that there's a literal Spotify playlist from America First, which is Nick Fuentes, that has Bella Ciao on it. Like there's a literal playlist. Like it's this one's so stupid. If you're reading this, you're gay LMAO, part of the deeply homophobic anti-LGBT culture of groups like groypers. Here's him wearing a Trump costume. 710, he has a father who was a Utah sheriff, went hunting and fishing and gun shows frequently. So it's like, you see stuff like this, right? You see stuff like this. And so what you call this is a preponderance of evidence. Now, this one I hear, I don't think is valid. Saying that he donated to The Trump Foundation, he couldn't have because he'd have been like 17 years old. But him being a groiper absolutely tracks. And the whole thing with him signing shit like on Discord with left-wing groups, not true. But you have all of this, right? You have a person who has grown up conservative. Right? Nancy Massey, pro-trans, not supportive. Oh my. Fuck it, let's just play the Nancy Mace video. Let's just do it. Let's just fucking do it. So this is going to be from Majority Report. Let me see if this is the one. No, this is God. There's I tried typing her being making transgender slurs, and there's so many from like 7 months ago. I have to be so specific because she's just so prolific with this. Goddamn, Nancy. So let's hear this now. Let's hear this now, straight from Nancy Mace, okay?
This shit ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because I want to...
One more time, Nancy, for the person in the chat who consistently is wrong and doesn't understand anything.
Ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because I want to protect women, that I'm worried about getting murdered? Are you fucking kidding me?
One more time for those in the back.
Ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because...
Which is a fact. It's not a fact. It's not a fact either way. Like, how are you so incapable? How are you so incapable of just admitting you were wrong? Like, that's the whole thing I don't understand with you guys. Like that's why I don't understand. That's why I don't understand. Where are you even getting information about his beliefs on trans people at all? Where is that information you're so confident exists? That he's pro-trans. Where was that? Like, prove it. Show me where it says that the shooter, Tyler Robinson, is an avowed pro-trans ally. Please show me where that is. Like, where is that? No, bullshit. It is not saying that saying the shooter could be male or female. That is not what they're saying at all. That is not what they're saying. Because first you said that Nancy Mace didn't say that. And then she said that. And now you're saying, well, she said it could have been male or female. Not what she said. Okay, so this is my favorite part. This is my favorite part. When you're getting your ass handed to you, and instead of owning up like an adult, it's I'm trolling. You guys, you got me. You're taking it too seriously. You're taking it too seriously. Okay. How about then I take it more seriously and you take a break. Forever though. Bye. Like it's always this shit. It's always this shit. Anytime, any fucking time, they are proven wrong about something, without question, it's, oh, I was trolling. Oh, I was trolling. I was trolling. I was trolling, you guys. I was trolling. Okay, so why don't you go troll in the corner? Like it's always the same shit. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why he wasn't trolling. I'll tell you exactly why he wasn't trolling. Because had he been trolling, he wouldn't have been in my chat for over an hour. And let's say he's trolling. How much of a loser do you have to be to go in a guy's stream that only has like what? Like 40 people watching it? And be like, this is how I'm going to spend my Friday afternoon. This is what I'm going to do in my life. So either way, it makes them look pathetic. You either decided to go on and I can freely admit it, a small creator stream to try to get a rise out of me as if I'm someone important. No, it's either you go into my stream like I'm someone important, or you thought you had something, you got smoked. You moved the goalpost, you got smoked, and then the default is always, oh, I'm trolling. Oh, I'm trolling. It's no different than when people like shoot their shot and they go, I'm just playing, I'm just kidding. Unless, like, it's the same thing. He's on timeout though, so don't worry about him. He's on timeout. But you know what though? That is also a subsect of what happens, the radicalization, right? It's, and this is me being, I guess, a boomer or whatever. Trolling in itself. Christy McGuire, Randy made you crash. That's why you blocked him. You're pathetic. That's why 40 people watch. Hey, Christy, why are you in here then? If I'm pathetic, why are you here? Yep, I timed him up. I sure did. So now what? Now what? You want to take up the baton? Also, it's very obvious you're either the same person or in some sort of Discord with them. But this is more pathetic than anything I've seen. Holy shit, you guys are awful at this. You didn't even wait the requisite amount of time to make it seem natural. It's clearly either this is just you on an alt, or you're in some sort of shitty Discord with shitty people. I'm wondering about this is just your alt. Like it's so funny. It's so fucking funny, dude. But it highlights the point that I've always made, right? It's these people are inherently losers, right? Like they are losers. And so the only way they can engage with people long enough is if they're insufferable because they don't have a personality, right? If people got to see who they were, they'd be afraid. So they have to do this. Oh man, I'm such an epic troll. Like really analyze what that means. I am so annoying. I annoy people on purpose because I want to get a rise out of people on the internet. And then if you block me, well, I win. Like that's your life on a Friday night? That's insane. That's insane to come on a Friday night and do that shit. Like that's oh, so Christy's suddenly quiet. I didn't even time them out either. That's the thing though too. It's like all of this ties to what I was talking about before. You have this like network of unbelievable losers. Until then, they have someone they idolize, like an Asmongold or a fucking Rev or fucking any of those losers, right? They idolize them, and then that becomes their identity. It subsumes them. Whatever little identity they had before has been completely overtaken. They are now part of someone's army. That's their liege, and so they will go into streams of people who are fucking, like they said, only have 40 people in there, and somehow you found me, which either means you were looking for my shit or you are already subscribed to me. And then to do this on a Friday, like it's loser behavior. But it's the same sort of people who would find themselves being enraptured by someone like a Nick Fuentes or someone like a Charlie Kirk or any of these far right-wing grifters who would tell them what to think and what to do. And then they get radicalized that way. There was no trans suspect, okay? There was no suspect who was trans. What happened were people on the internet, because they are bigots, were trying to make a trans person into a suspect, but there was no trans suspect. There were no trans suspects. Also, it's crazy that Cash Patel was like, we did such a good job finding us out. And it's like, my brother in Christ, he turned himself in. Like, our FBI is so incompetent that the killer was turned in because like a roommate and his dad found out he did it. Like, it's wild. It's fucking wild to me. It's even more wild that a week ago they fired like the head of the FBI division in Utah. It is. We live in a fucking weird time. Like, look at what we're arguing. There was a trans suspect. What is that? What? What are we? I keep saying, but what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, why are we acting as if? And this is what my whole point was earlier in the stream. Why are we acting as if people don't make shit up on the internet? Like we're suddenly pretending that the internet hasn't existed for like in its current state for the past like 15 years. Like, you know what this is honestly like? This would be like if yesterday on September 11th, people made 9/11 jokes and then people made a list and try to get those people fired. Like, that's what this feels like. Like, why are we acting as if everything happening is brand new? Oh my God, they accused someone of being trans. Of course they did. Have you not been paying attention? What's been happening over the last year and some change? That's their go-to. Right. And same thing with migrants and immigrants. Like, this is all connected. They were so bloodthirsty that you had Nancy Mace saying this person was trans or maybe pro-trans, which again just means that they were trans. Because you can't assert someone's whatever. Like, you had her saying stuff like that. You also had people catching on to that. You had them saying that the bullets had transgender ideology from the fucking ATF. People who should know what bullet casings look like. The first conclusion people ran to was the boomer. I'm going to be nice about this because you've been proven that you are at least listening. Okay. The first conclusion people ran to wasn't the boomer. Okay. What happened was the boomer was arrested as a suspect, right? Right. So there wasn't a conclusion to be made. They were arrested and then let go because the FBI is incompetent and they kept live tweeting all of their steps. The second they were let go, suddenly the shooter became trans with no one in custody. They couldn't say it before because there was an old guy. But then the second there was no one in custody, suddenly it was a trans shooter. That's what I'm talking about. In the absence of any evidence, they immediately went to trans shooter. That's why you saw Nancy Mace doing what she did. And then when they found out that the shooter was a cis white male, she was like, oh, Charlie Kirk would have prayed for you. Like, that is what I'm talking about. Their first thought was the shooter must have been trans with zero evidence, because that's how we're operating now. It's all rancid vibes. Trans people make up less than 1%, not only less than like 1% of the population, but even a smaller fraction of the mass shooters in this country. There's been like 5 in totality in comparison to 98% of them being men, with the majority of that percentage being white men. But suddenly, anytime someone gets shot, the shooter's trans. Do you see them talking about the shooter from fucking yesterday? The 16-year-old kid who was a white kid who was radicalized? No. Of course not. Like, look at this shit. Look how insane this country is. I just typed in shooting in Google, just shooting, And so you see Charlie Kirk. 42 minutes ago, police respond to active shooter in Kenmore. Residents urged to shelter in place. "42 minutes ago. Active shooter." Yeah. Dox myself. Like 42 minutes ago. Kenmore, Washington. Police are responding to an active situation in Kenmore after multiple gunshots were fired by a person known to local law enforcement. Like, police say, okay, let me make sure I don't dock myself a second time. Police say extremist network can influence. Make sure my name's come up here. Okay. Oh, I got a super chat? How come my shit doesn't tell me anything? I should have got a notification on that. Wait, hold on. What? Nux Talkie was still pushing trans hate even after the shooting. Nux Talkie was a fucking moron. So like, I don't care about him. He's so irrelevant to everything. Per capita. Don't. Gusha, you're making so much progress. Don't do per capita when talking about mass shootings. That's insane. That is insane. Even if you, for some reason, well, I know the reason why you do per capita argument here. Even if you want to do that, trans people make up anywhere between less than 1% of the population of the world. On record, we have 5 transgender shooters. Like we have such a small amount of them. They are exceedingly rare. Oh, per capita representation. Here we go. When comparing the transgender population to percentage of mass shootings committed by transgender individuals, researchers have concluded that transgender people are underrepresented in the total number of mass shooters. However, studies show that transgender people were far more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators, which is what we knew. I don't know why you would bring per capita into this argument. But anyways, this is about what a fun stream we're having today. Just all about gun violence and debunking stuff. Denver police say extremist network may have influenced high school shooter. The gunman behind this week's, which is such a sad thing to say, school shooting in Colorado was radicalized by an extremist network, authorities in Jefferson County said Thursday. The statement from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office didn't get into details about how a white 16-year-old named Desmond Hawley was radicalized before he shot and wounded 2 students at Evergreen High School and then later died of self-inflicted gunshot wound. Local media outlets have looked over social media accounts that appear to be Hawley's that suggest he showed interest in Nazism, Holocaust denial, white supremacy, and previous school shootings, including the 1999 massacre in nearby Columbine. according to the Post. And one photo posted on TikTok 5 days ago, Desmond appears to be wearing a black t-shirt with the word wrath written in red across the chest, similar to what one of the attackers wore in the 1999 massacre of Columbine High School, also in Jefferson County. The same post also includes an image of a 15-year-old who killed 2 people and injured 6 more at Madison, Wisconsin school in December. The accounts also include references to Holocaust denial, and the name of one of the accounts appeared to end with a reference to a prominent white supremacist slogan. That account reposted several videos showing school shooting scenes from movies, as well as another video that appeared to show the 2 Columbine shooters taking target shots at bowling pins. Other videos the account reposted were explicitly anti-Semitic or depicted people in Nazi uniforms. And this shit is most likely another 09A radicalization, right? Like, we are seeing so many young men, predominantly white, but not always, because there was also a black school shooter, but young men in general becoming radicalized through the internet, through chat forms through rooms and services like Discord, because those are hard to monitor. And then if you just get rid of them, they just go even deeper. Like, we are wholly unprepared to deal with this, because the people that would have dealt with this have been unceremoniously moved out of positions where they could have done something about this. Like, it's... Hold on, what's going on in the chat? You can't compare wildly different population shares otherwise. I wasn't talking about trans shooter. Do half my comments not just show up? Okay, Gusher, what are you talking about? Last thing you said per capita, then I didn't say that, then what I just said before. The Colorado shooter? No, they're saying the Colorado shooter was radicalized on the internet. Jesus Christ. 18-year-old from Cape Cod charged in connection with school shooting threat? Oh my God, dude. Listen to this shit. Falmouth, Massachusetts. 18-year-old from Cape Cod is being held on charges that he threatened to commit a school shooting in Massachusetts. Ian Fotherham of Falmouth faces a charge of threatened use of a deadly weapon in a public building. Cape Island District Attorney Robert J. Gallibois. I probably fucked that up. Specifically, investigators were informed that allegedly Ian indicated that he wanted to shoot up the school. He did not specify what school. However, Ian, why didn't I say his full name? Allegedly said that he was refurbishing firearms in his room. Police searched his home and they said they found no illegal firearms present at the time. Then, earlier this month, school safety monitors warned police about a suspicious man walking in the woods behind Falmouth School. Based on their interactions with the male, school safety monitors were very concerned this male was casing the school. Damn. Falmouth police officers later positively identified this male as Ian. Investigators said they subsequently found photos of Columbine High School shooting on his phone and a large 3D printer capable of making a firearm in his home. Columbine once again. And here's the thing. This guy's 18 years old, so he absolutely was not alive when Columbine happened. But there are so many online groups that idolize the Columbine shooters, and those groups are very radical, to say the least. This is 2 different people who were both idolizing Columbine shooters in 2025. Like, this is where we are. This is where we are. And like I said before, we are wholly unprepared for this, because there are people whose job was to look into this stuff who were deemed as woke and are gone. Like, you know who would look into stuff like this? The FBI. The same FBI that needed the killer of Charlie Kirk to turn himself in. They were so far off base. Bro was like 200 miles away. He went back home and they caught him because he turned himself in. They would be the ones looking into groups like this. Like, they would be looking into this. Like, you want to stop like this shit from happening at this rate beyond just having better gun control, because Jesus Christ, why don't we? We need to address the underlying issues. You need to address the fact that people are becoming more radicalized towards violence by consuming anti-Semitic, white supremacist talking points. Those are the talking points that almost often get cited. In fact, wasn't it the New Zealand like Christchurch shooter that like straight up was like, I was like radicalized by like a right winger, right? Like the manifesto, he called someone out. Like, he's talking about the great replacement theory, but he called out like a pundit. Trying to see who it was exactly. I don't want to mess that up, but like, he like called out a pundit. I'm pretty sure it was that manifesto. Yeah, he called out fucking Candace Owen specifically. He mentioned Candace Owen and then Donald Trump. And then also like other alt-right figures. Yes. So like, you have to address that. You have to address the rhetoric, but they won't. De-radicalization happens through education. Because what happens, people get radicalized because they are fed a constant, steady stream of fear. Rhetoric that is laced in fear. Great replacement theory. You're going to be replaced. You must secure a future for your children. Like, that is the rhetoric being pushed out. So that's all they're getting. It's very easy to radicalize someone who doesn't have the whole picture, right? Like, look what happened after 9/11. Not like today, but like after like 2001, 9/11. Islamophobia shot through the roof and never came back down, right? Because there was no counter narrative to stymie the hatefulness directed towards Arabic people, right? Towards Muslim, towards followers of Islam. There was nothing to stymie that. You had a full-on blitzkrieg of media. Like, listen, I love this show, but like the NCISs of the world, right? Where like every terrorist was Middle Eastern. You had Law and Order suddenly getting more political in that arena. You had nothing but media 24/7 hours, 24/7 coverage of the war in the Middle East. I was in 8th grade. Throughout from my basically my secondary schooling, from middle school to high school. During class, I was shown raids, night raids, bombing raids, 24/7, people cheering it on. Hell yeah. Yeah, people who were signing up for the military because they wanted to protect their homeland. Like, you had all this zeitgeist about Islamophobia and nothing to counter it. Michael Moore tried to tell people to cool off, and they fucking tried to kill Michael Moore, basically. The documentarian. Like, and then you had video games. My God, you know how many war games popped off? You know how many brown people in deserts you shot in fucking video games during that time? Like, if you do not educate people, there will always be a path towards radicalization. And in some way, that's what I've been trying to combat with my content. And through the avenue of video games, because that's a very popular, hobby, and pop culture has led policy at this point. So seeing people, I mean, fuck, we just saw Asmongold become the biggest political streamer on the right, essentially overnight, right? You took the audience, that gamer audience, and I talked about this before in my video, how the right dominates gaming. But they took that audience that was already primed to be radicalized them, and told them that everything bad in video games is because these dirty lefties want to get rid of your boobs and want to censor you and want to do all this stuff, which is none of it's true. But then you had people who could benefit from people's ignorance. So that was pushed heavily to the point where a consulting company became the boogeyman, and a former Kotaku writer became the devil, the new Anita Sarkeesian. They still mention Anita Sarkeesian. Like, this is what radicalization looks like. You have people coming in here in the comment section going like, yo, nope, you're just wrong. You show them evidence. Ah, well, they didn't say that one thing specifically that way, ergo you're wrong. Right? Like, that's how it works. The only way to de-radicalize people is to educate them. But you have to get to them early. These kids are going on the internet and they're hitting up these crazy places. And my personal belief is they're doing that because there is no third space in real life for children anymore. If you're like a child, you get like a toddler park, and then you're an adult. That's it. There's no in-between spaces for kids to hang out with their peers. So they go online to hang out with their peers. But online has almost no supervision. There's no immediacy, right? If someone said some racist shit in real life to someone, they probably get their ass beat. But on the internet, you're finding a bunch of other weirdos, some of them not even in their peer groups, who are emboldening them. You have places like in 4chan where people like want to do an Ann Hero, and they would take bets and see how they're going to do it. Me and my girlfriend watch these like dark side of the internet videos all the time. And almost every single time, it is some awful shit that was only able to be done because they were getting together on the internet in places that people couldn't look at. And that's it. That's like you have like the 098 thing. Like, you can just attack people behind your screen, and then you get a sense of community, because what they really want is a sense of community. But the communities that they're getting are terrible. They're using humanity's natural drive to be social, and they're perverting that to do awful things. Right? It's no different than how a cult operates. See, but here's the thing. Even the term accountability has been completely perverted. Because accountability used to mean, you know, hey, if you did something, we're going to hold you to that. So the consequences, which would normally fit the crime, are going to be laid across the board equally, right? You're accountable. Now what accountability is this is a vector in which I can harass you for my own personal vendetta. Going way back now, I'm fucking 4 hours, holy shit. But going back to earlier, I'm the wokest grifter, baby. My whole plan is to sell you guys on empathy and being critical of stuff. But like going back to earlier, right? When Asmongold was talking about the list he wants to make, on its face, trying to hold people accountable like that isn't a terrible idea. But we know what the real intent is, because he stated as such. It is not a way to hold someone accountable. Accountable doesn't mean you get punished forever. But they're using accountability as a guise in order to enact vengeance on those who they perceive either wronged them or who they are their ideological enemies, right? Like taking over the Quarterman's coffee. I don't need more debt in my life, man. But yeah, like they don't use accountability the way it's supposed to be. Accountability is now just a tool to forever attack people. That's why you have Grums hounding community managers for just getting jobs. Asmongold wants to make sure the people he doesn't like can never work. That's not accountability. And you often see it from misogynists like Smash JT, who says he wants to hold these bitches accountable, which is a quote from him, not me making it up. Because it's nothing about accountability. It's about, it's like, you know how people use psychological terms incorrectly, like how we all use gaslight in the incorrect way because that vernacular has seeped into common day parlance. Like how I use the word parlance and vernacular every single day. But how that's worked, it's the same principle here. Oh, I can say it's accountability, and then I have cover. Oh, this person's gaslighting me. This person's manipulative. It's like, no, they're not manipulative. They just forgot. They're not gaslighting you. You just forgot you did something. But that's where we're at now, where we've created these permission structures that people can do shit like this. Because like again, Asmongold's whole thing is like, I just want to make sure that these people who are doing bad things are being held accountable. But that's not what he's actually doing. It's not what he actually wants. He wants them to suffer eternally, which is why he said, get them fired, take a break, pat yourself on the back, and then if they have another job, get them fired again. What point of that's accountable? How am I accountable? It's like when people go to prison, right? And you going to prison is a form of essentially accountability. You're being held accountable for your actions. You're going to prison. Once you get out of prison, you have, at least in the eyes of the law, been held accountable. But for people like Asmongold, it's once you're in prison, you're a prisoner forever, no matter what you did. No nuance at all. Doesn't matter what you did. You are forever a convict and should be treated as such, no matter what. That's not accountability. Because then what's the point? Why would anyone want to grow or become a better person? If you know for forever now, you stole something from a grocery store. You were hungry. You stole something from a grocery store. You're a shoplifter now. Forever you're a shoplifter. That's it. Nothing else. You'll never become anything more than that. Don't even fucking try. You're just a criminal. That's it. That is where we are at, where people are now just their worst moments forever. Forever. With no opportunity to redeem themselves, which is ironic because all this popped off with people trying to say, like, people like me and Mighty Keith are awful because we don't feel bad about Charlie Kirk's passing, when he proved over and over and over again, given the opportunity, he would pick the worst choice every single time. And he will seek to harm people every single time. And again, for those of you who are new here, no, I'm not advocating for the murder of political figures or literally of anyone. But what I am saying is you can't live in a world where one side gets to dictate the consequences for the other side and have nothing happen to them, right? Because they would hate it if they were held to the very same standards they're now trying to hold people to. And we know this because they were talking about how much they hate that shit. They hate cancel culture, right? Oh, that fucking sucks. You guys are going to ruin someone's life because they made a mistake. Fast forward to, let's make sure these people can never get hired forever. Because for them, there is no bad tactics. There's only bad targets. And all of this, the entire situation we're finding out right now, the entire situation we find ourselves in right now, ultimately is because there are now consequences to the violent rhetoric they had been espousing for decades at this point. Literal decades. The erosion of higher institutions is on them. They consistently attacked universities. You get indoctrinated. It's woke. And yet, most of them spend their time touring universities. What would be the point of that? It's theater. It's a game to them. But the rhetoric must be spread. That's it. How do you have Turning Point USA? Your founder believes college is a scam. Why are you on colleges all the time? Why do you have college chapters if college is a scam? It doesn't matter. None of this shit matters to them. Yes, a perfect example. So the Chris Tyson, the Ava Chris Tyson situation, right? They transition. Great for them. They're also a pedophile. Bad. Easy. Bill Clinton being in the, I know this is a hard pivot. Bill Clinton being also a pedophile. Bad. A lot of people on the left were like, you can take him too. But people on the right and our fucking government are literally defending pedophiles. Like this, and then these are the people trying to tell you you're morally wrong while they are defending pedophiles. They are defending sex traffickers. It's insane. A lot of people will never admit they're wrong. No, I don't believe that. I do think people, at least in the past, used to admit they were wrong. It might have taken them a while, but they used to admit it. But now there is no incentive to do so. A lot of what's happening is financially beneficial to people, okay? That's what it is about. Look at fucking Tectone, for example. Before, he was a massive piece of, he was just kind of shitty, but before, he at least was like, it's popular now to be pro-trans, so he was not attacking trans people. XQC 2020 wrote Black Lives Matters. Of course, Black Lives Matters. Then recently, right, you saw his tweet where he was like, I never said that shit. You guys are faking. He's like, LMAO, oh my God, I did say that. XQC is an opportunist. It's financially viable for him and beneficial for him to be a piece of shit. So now the piece of shit, Stuttering Craig, now the piece of shits, right? Like, you have these people who are invested in being a piece of shit, and that means they can never admit that they're wrong. You know what they do? They move on to something else. Tectone was wrong about the shooter being a radical trans person or radical trans ideology. Did he apologize for that? No. He switched to, well, Hassan's a bad person. They will always. Asmongold was all about the fucking, the last shooter. God, not this shooter, the other shooter from last time, in August, end of August, that shooter. He was talking about how, oh, that was the evil, this trans basically ideology and people who were not accepted from LGBT. And then they found out the shooter wasn't fucking trans. And then he was like, hey, doesn't matter which side they fall on. Like, I can't even admit that he fucked up. It doesn't matter which side they fall on. They're a sociopath. They're a psychopath. That's all that matters. Like, I'm like, they can't even admit that they're wrong because admitting weakness, which is to them, that's what weakness is a death sentence. A long time ago, Andy Pants did a debate with Actman in which Andy Pants was getting fucking destroyed. I had that on my channel if you want to watch it. Was getting destroyed by Actman, which is insane. Getting destroyed by him and could not admit to anything. Actman was like, yeah, you used to do an Xbox group. It's like, absolutely. And like, and now you're doing the, conservative, whatever grip. And he's like, well, if you want to call it that, it's like, you are doing that. You can't even admit when you're caught. There was video evidence of Actman talking negatively about Asmongold, and then go, you know what? Fuck it. I was watching Twitter earlier. We're gonna watch a sample of this because this is really important to hide the larger issue here. We're also probably never watching that anime man video. But wait, it's important. I swear. I watch too many YouTube. Here we go.
Complaining about why women
have a live debate.
Okay, let me. Here, just this part.
Asmongold doing it. YouTube a lot now.
Grift.
Okay, here we go.
On from former views. First to say that I've grown since then and I've moved on from former views.
Yeah,
And
you've moved on from the Xbox console warrior grift to the
100%.
Anti-LGBTQ grift.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it. There's this thing you see on YouTube a lot now, and it's called grifting, and you see people like Luke Stevens and Asmongold doing it a lot, and it
He says Asmongold's name so weird.
just basically means these people have no integrity whatsoever.
A few moments later.
I can't believe the morning I woke up and I was like, holy crap, like one of my favorite YouTubers, Asmongold, was like making a video, responding to my video. For a second, I was panicking. I was like, oh man, I hope he likes it. I hope he likes it. I hope he likes it. You have no integrity and you will just regurgitate whatever people want to hear. One of my favorite YouTubers, Asmongold.
Right. That's all we gotta watch. But like, they can't admit anything. Because that defeats the purpose. That defeats their entire thing. You can't show weakness. So if you're wrong, no, not wrong. Hey, didn't you call him a grifter and say he regurgitates what people want to hear? And now he's your favorite YouTuber? I never said that. I'm going to ignore that. Hey, didn't you accuse this person of being a killer and now they're not? Are you going to recount that? Nope. I'm going to just pivot to a new talking point. Once again, tech tone. Hey man, you definitely said that this person, you tweeted this out. And then you guys were so rah-rah with your chest. A bunch of you guys like, this is war. This is the Civil War. We're going to war. Then they found out that their target was in fact not trans. And in fact, it was a white guy. Hassan is a terrorist. Can't even admit that they're wrong. Asmongold, well, hold on. Asmongold is against all those? Asmongold is doing it. What are you talking about? What are you, he's one of the biggest ones. Like what? He was literally like, Trump winning means it's good for content. He doesn't give a shit about anything he's saying. He doesn't have principles. What are you talking about? Asmongold was like, I hate cancel culture. Now he's like, actually, I love cancel culture. What? Don't censor things. Actually, I love censorship. Vosh. I don't know. Dude, this. Melanie Mack is not co-hosting with the Quartering. The Quartering's also like, again, all of these people, you ever notice how left-leaning content creators almost never have a clear message as a unit, right? Like, there was something happened coincidentally with Anthony Gramigula, Audley Noah, and Birdman, where they all were talking about like basically ranking different grifters, right? But there was no massive organization of, hey, this big leftist creator said this game is racist. We're all going to talk about this game being racist, right? That doesn't happen on the left. But on the right, one of the two big ones say something, like in different spheres. Like if Asmongold says something, Mount Weasel, fucking Smash JT says it. Hypnotic says it. When she was that Melanie Mack says it, Vera Dark says it. They all say it. Madam Savvy, they will all fall in line immediately. Grumps, they will all fall in line. And now, like the more comic book social media side or pop culture side, if the critical drinker says anything, Nerdrotic says it, Geeks and Gamers says it, Arkeo, Ryan Keno says it, Heels versus Babyface says it, Eric July says it, like all of them will say it. Asmongold says this game's illegal, what was it? Illegal immigrant simulator. Suddenly, everyone's calling it an illegal immigrant simulator. Right? That's how it works. People don't have any thoughts of their own. Like, look, and I'm not even making this up. Look at the screen right now. This illegal migrant simulator is insane. Illegal migrant simulator, the game. They made an illegal immigrant simulator. Asmongold destroys woke illegal immigrant simulator. This female game developer just made an illegal migrant simulator. Xbox outrageous illegal immigrant simulator sparks backlash. Illegal immigration game. Illegal migrant simulator game. Like he says one thing a certain way and boom. Gamescom hides illegal alien simulator. Like these people have no fucking original thought. They need to be told. They need to be directed. So when the thing with Charlie Kirk assassination happened, they all were waiting for someone to post, and they all said the same shit. That's all that they do. They are incentivized to do this. They are all grifters. One person says something, and that becomes the marching order. All right. This game that we were never going to play, illegal simulator game. Oh, Ghost of Yote? Sorry, Ghost of Yote is the new target. Okay, boss. We won't buy this game now. Not going to buy this game. Won't buy this game. Not buying this game. Won't buy this game. Thank you, Sir Asmongold, Lord and Savior. You told me what to think about this game. Thank you so much. That's it. And it's just slop. They do that all the time. But now expand that out to a whole political party where whatever the president's feeling or says, well, that's just what happens now. Or whatever he's even told. He gets told something that's insane. He repeats it. That becomes a story. Like that becomes it. That's where we are at. That's why the trans shooter thing is popping off, even though there's been 5 trans shooters in the last 500 shootings. It's just slop, but they have to regurgitate from up top because they have no thought process of their own. They fall in line. They want to get the most views, want to get the most clicks. And in terms of our politics, they want to be the most loyal to Trump. They want to get the most rewards. And they know if they're shitty and they, attack marginalized groups, that will give them higher ratings within the Trump administration. They continue to do that. That's what Nancy Mace's entire thing is, being anti-trans, because that's what the insane base likes. They try to destroy, date, everything. Yeah, exactly. These people just want to destroy at the end of the day because they have nothing. They're not creative. The creative process eludes them. Joy eludes them. None of these people are happy. They're all miserable. Think how miserable. Oh, thank you for the subscription. But think how miserable, for example, you have to be to come into the stream of an account that at the time has 46 people watching him and being like, I'm going to troll. Like, think how miserable you have to be if I make a video talking about Asmongold, who's just on YouTube has literally almost 1 million times more subscribers than I do. And yet my video has 4,000 comments on it. 14,000 views, 4,000 comments. Like, you have to come defend the honor of some dude online. Like, you're that miserable. I watch content creators. I watch Hassan. I watch Carolyn. I watch Denims. I watch other people too, but they're the little political ones. You will never see me in the comment section defending Hassan's honor. I don't think I need to do that. But these people need to do that because they have nothing. They have literally nothing. So when apply that to their whole political party, right? Charlie Kirk has said and done awful things on the record. Proudly did that. People are now saying what he did, and people are now trying to get them fired. People are now trying to dox them and all those things, right? It's maintain his honor. But this is what he said. He did those things. But these people doing it are miserable people. That's why they get such glee when they get to deport people. That's why our fucking government has a Twitter page using shitty fascist AI images of people being deported, Ghibli art style. That's why when one of theirs went down, instead of trying to bring the temperature down so it doesn't happen to another one of theirs or to anybody, they were like, Civil War, let's go, baby. Right-wing death squads, let's go, let's go, let's go. Because they're miserable. They're miserable sacks of shits. And they infect everything. You can't tell me that your hobbies that have them in there have gotten better. I can't talk about a goddamn video game without a million people making a video talking about why it's woke and gay and bad. You can't read a comic book or watch a comic book movie without some fucking drunk idiot talking about they're pushing the message. Like, these are the most miserable people, and they can't create anything because they're miserable. There's no joy in their life. There's no joy in their heart. So they have to be angry all the time. Like, goddamn. Like, and you guys might not like this from me, but I'm just going to say it. Look at Asmongold once again, right? He's a pretty big target in terms of like political shit, right? Like, he's a huge person. I don't mean target as in someone to shoot. I mean target just like to talk about because he says the most insane shit. And he has the biggest platform right now. He mentioned that his dad has pancreatic cancer. And so he's taking time away from streaming, which is his main income, to take care of him, which is a good thing. Objectively. Sorry, objectively, it is a good thing to do that. But look at what he's doing. The person who you love, who loves you, is suffering. And you're on the internet creating lists to harass people forever. Like, there's something missing, man. Like, you're that miserable where you're like, not now, Dad. I gotta get on the internet and fucking make sure that this developer who made a tweet I didn't like never works ever again. Do you remember the USA thing? Where he was like was paid by USAID millions of dollars to put out anti-gamer sentiment, and he wants these people to lose their jobs and to suffer because they made him suffer? Like, that's the mentality that these people have. It's just misery all the time. No joy. The only joy they get is when they actively destroy something, whether it's someone's career or a game or someone's passion. That's the only time they're fucking happy. That's the only time they're happy, when they're putting people down. That's why, and unfortunately, a lot of algorithms reward negativity. That's why we're inundated by slop. Like, there's nothing that they like. They hate everything. Like, they don't like anything. Like, look at this. Asmongold TV, the official channel, 4 million subscribers. Let's just look at any videos. These people are fucking evil. Something insane happens today. We're tired of pressure the victims. The UK government's a fucking disgrace. What the fuck's happening in Serbia? Streamer caught robbing a grave in Japan. Not just fucked up. 100% playing this. He's not fucking playing the DLC for.
There's a game, so this is actually.
Where the winds meet. So we have one thing that he actually likes. That got 600,000 views for the thing that he liked, right? Everything else in the millions. Back to things he hates. It got even worse. They're still talking about Riley. Jesus Christ. Indonesian government's cooked. Fortnite is not the fucking mobile game. This is really dumb. What the fuck's happening in Australia? The cat girl has been investigated. She's mad. Protests in Indonesia. On a break. What's interesting? So we have 2 things that he's liked, and we have seen, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6? Out of 24 videos, there was 2 things that were somehow positive. Oh, look at this. 2 children dead, many injured. He's talking about the alleged transgender shooter from 2 weeks ago. Nothing about the recent shooting. Just interesting on that end. But everything here is basically just misery. Interspersed, he plays Path of Exile, and then it's just misery. It's just misery. Like it's 2 years ago. This is the kind of content he was putting out 2 to 3 years ago. Someone did a true story about him. They bought his Star Forge computer, The Rise and Fall of Warcraft, playing the Stanley Parable, reacting to a bad gaming take, or just a video from Ackman. And then 11 months ago, Pretty Privilege Expired ruined her. Why Are Men Moving Right? 3 years ago, like, he was about video games, right? And people liked him more then. And then suddenly now it's just like Snow White actress ruined her life. Like it's misery, dude. It's just fucking misery. And you can do this for literally every one of those accounts. Every slop channel, everyone like Asmongold, Tectone, Smash IT, all those guys. You can go back like a year or two ago, and they were talking about completely different things. And now it's just miserable. Now it's just misery, nonstop. And he is the #1 political commentator. Because politics are a joke. It's vibes. You don't have to know anything. You just have to constantly say bullshit. And people are like, yeah, he's right, actually. The guy who said Palestinians deserve genocide because they're from an inferior culture, he's right. The guy who thought the U.S. government was playing political to put out hit pieces against gamers, yeah, good political instincts. We should listen to this person. And people do. People do. And now we have a fucking Reddit-ass government, and we have a fucking 4chan's broken containment, and it's on every social media site now. Like, you want to talk about DEI shit? They created a DEI environment because now people with no charisma, with no originality, nothing creative in their bodies, can just put out a video that titles it a slur, and it just says racist shit or bigoted shit, and it gets circulated, and they get views and subscribers because people are also shitty people. Like, that's a fucking DEI environment there. Didn't even earn it. Asmongold's take on Indonesian politics would be awful. Let's listen to some. Let's listen to his take on Indonesia.
Indonesia took away Tic Tac. There ain't no more Tic Tac over in Indonesia. They deleting that shit. This is always a really good indicator that you have a government that has a really high approval rating by the public, is when they shut down the public's ability to talk about the government. Another great example of a government that has 100% support from the public is Iran. Everybody knows how much Iranians love their government, and that's the Iranians love their government so much that they let their government take away their ability to talk about how much they love it. Isn't that crazy? Wow.
We begin in Indonesia, where the social media platform TikTok has suspended its live broadcast.
Listen, I know Rachel Zegler just ended a fantastic run on Broadway and Evita, but these people don't appreciate art. You think they know who the fuck Andrew Lloyd Webber is? These people are simple. They're simplistic. They didn't see her in another movie. Her last movie didn't do well. Ergo, her career's ruined. Because actors only act in film. Not TV shows, not Broadway. Only film. That's their mindset. They're dumb.
Feature amid violent anti-government
See,
protests.
he got a hair transplant. So if you look right here, look at that hair. It's very obvious that he got a hair transplant. You guys can see the high line here, the not hairline here. Yeah. Look at that.
Live
Instantly,
broadcast feature amid violent anti-government.
I'm sorry, is this from the fucking Daily Wire?
Protests. The government says the platform has been used to spread disinformation that has spurred
No, DW must sound for something else.
The demonstrations were sparked by public outrage over...
Have you ever noticed that every government, whenever they're trying to justify any form of censorship, always either make one of two arguments, and usually both? It's either for the kids or it's to stop misinformation or disinformation. I think that this is one of the most corrosive and manipulative things to say. It's not, the government doesn't want to stop misinformation. The government wants to have a monopoly on misinformation. They don't want anybody else to say, oh, wait a minute, I don't think that's true.
This is such an insane take for him, not because he's necessarily wrong about this take, but because he supports the fucking Trump government, which does nothing but encroach on people's rights. And he was talking about how he's all pro having to submit your ID. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. Internet ID? Why is Adblock doing this? So he's all for government. He's all for internet reality is inevitable, especially for social media. Denying this might feel good, but it's a lie, you know it. What is inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. The best solution is the government authentication token that only verifies info. So how do you say governments shouldn't be allowed to, like, you know, censor and clamp down on whatever, because that's what TikTok, because that's what the whole is, for safety reasons. Yet all of this is because of quote unquote safety reasons, for child safety. It's literally because of COSA. Like, what are we talking about? Like here, asking for ID to protect kids is the dumbest shit of all time and serves nobody. Like, he's literally arguing against this. This is what he said in July of this year. This is an argument for the government to do the same thing that he is accusing the Indonesian government of doing and saying it's bad. Like, do you guys see what I'm talking about? When we don't have to watch the whole thing. We're not gonna do it. I'm not gonna torture you guys. But like, you see what I mean when I say these people are so wildly inconsistent. Like, yeah, DW is a daily. It's not the Daily Wire. My bad. It was my brain's fucking fried. Like, it's insane. It's insane to a rational person. That's insane to hold those beliefs that it's corrupt and wrong that the Indonesian government is trying to do that, like the Iranian government, but then also saying, well, it's inevitable, so we should allow it, but at least we should make sure the government only does it to authentic. Like, what are you talking about? And he said the reasonings, they always say it's either for to stop misinformation or protect the children. He's saying that's a bad reason. And then in his own tweet that he made like 3 months ago, he's actually saying, well, actually, that was in July, right? That was like 2 months ago. Like, I don't, like, and again, the #1 political commentator. Insane. Absolutely insane. Is she okay with Ames being crushed by police? Of course he is. The dude was cheering on people being beaten up by during the protests on college campuses against Israel's genocide. Of course he fucking thinks it's okay. Like, holy shit. Also, one last thing before I wrap this up, because I've been yapping for fucking 5 hours, it feels like. I need you guys to watch this.
And so our response has to be, we have to do what Charlie would have wanted to do. We have to win. We have to win at the ballot box. We have to win at the marketplace. We have to win online at the universities. We have to politically destroy the sick movement that's giving birth to these killers. And I don't care what you have to do. We can love them, but we don't give them any quarter. Enough is enough. This ends now. And there is a wicked strain that's bubbling up, and you see it all over the place. And we know who we're talking about, and it's permeated the media, the culture, and even Congress. And it has to be cordoned off and eliminated. We've done this with other factions in our political past. We've did it with communism, with racism.
Racism, you guys.
It's been done before. Anarchism. And so
Anarchism, insane. He thinks we ended racism. Jesse Waters thinks we ended racism. Need I remind you, the guy he's eulogizing here said that black women don't have the mental capacity. Right here. You don't have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. Also said that blacks go around prowling for fun, targeting white people. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. But you guys, racism is a thing of the past. We're just making it up now. I miss racism so much that I've been making it up for the last 30 years. It's not real. Like, we are... You're so... like, sometimes I wish I could just wake up and it's like, oh, this is just a weird, fucked up, crazy fever dream. A prowling black is a special breed of black people that only exist to target white people. You have like dark-skinned black people, you have light-skinned black people, you have like mixed-race black people, then you have prowling black. We don't invite those ones to the cookouts though. Very wrong. How Peter Thiel, the man behind Palantir, is a gay and also libertarian, but supports the establishment of massive brand system. Because, and I'm gonna tell you something, as a visible minority here, none of that shit matters when you're rich. When you're extremely rich, when you're like that wealthy, those issues don't affect you, so you're not affected by them. As simple as that. Peter Thiel being black and being black. Peter Thiel being a lesbian. Well, good God, what is wrong with me? Being a gay man does not negate the fact that he's worth billions. They don't care. That's another reason why people are so taken aback by the thing with what happened with Charlie Kirk, because they're saying he was wealthy. He had so much security. This shouldn't happen to rich people. It's the same reason why when the CEO was killed, people were shocked. Not at the gun violence. We're used to gun violence, but who the target was, who was the recipient of that. Because money protects you from every kind of consequence. So that's why you're seeing that. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing as when you see like black police officers and you're a black person. They don't give a shit. They're not part of they're separate from you. In this instance, they're separate. You're black, they're police. You think you're losing it, I'm losing it. God damn, I've been streaming for too long. My normal limit is like 3 hours. And I usually play video games to make it go faster. I've been yapping for fucking 4 hours. How do people do this for like a career? Like just streaming for like hours on end? That's insane to me. Prowling blacks don't get their caskets flown. Prowling blacks get put in the back of an Impala. Lesbianitarianism is honestly one of my core belief systems. So I don't appreciate you making a joke about that. Oh man, what a fucking nightmare world we live in. You know what the worst part is, though, you guys? Like, honestly, the worst part is I still have hope and faith. That's the worst part. I still have hope and faith that humanity will overcome our worst instincts and actually, you know, like treat each other with empathy again, and then work on fixing the many, 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 many wrongs that we have witnessed. Even in the face of people misrepresenting my character, of people sending death threats out to their ideological opponents. I've never been a proponent of death threats or anything like that. But even through all of that, I still believe that we can be better than this. And now my approach might be a bit harsh. That's because I believe this is the only avenue we have left. I can't be like the gentle coddling person because they've been coddled too much and only slightly reprimanded. And now we're in a situation where literally our president can just make shit up, and that's what happens. People can just make shit up and have no pushback. Like, do you know how crazy it is? And this is me not being political for a second. You know how crazy it is to see the that Pro ZD video I made, and to find out that all the harassment he got was for some shit he didn't even say. And like all the quote unquote evidence that they have is somehow deleted in the time we live in where you can use the Wayback Machine and find basically anything. And people were just like, he said this. That's it. He said it. And because he said it, we're going to attack him and harass him forever. Like, that's insane to me. That like we just have this. This is just a reality. Someone could just make something up to profit off of, and then that's it. Like we just this is just where we're at now. You have content creators wielding power so much so that they can be put in the government. Charlie Kirk was a podcaster, not a political theorist, has no political degree, just a podcaster. And then the right gave him money, and he has Turning Point USA, and that was all he did. And now he's getting the posthumously after he died. Now he's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, an award that's supposed to be given to citizens. Was like the highest honor you can get. He's getting buried like he was in the army. They're calling him a martyr and a saint, all these things. But they wouldn't even fly their flags at half-mast for the recent school shooting we had. Dan Bongino and Capitol, yeah, all of them. When I said we have a Reddit-ass government, that's what I mean. You have a bunch of unqualified people in positions of authority who don't know what the fuck they're doing. And it was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Man, it's like when he got killed, I was like, this is going to end so terribly. And that shouldn't be a thought process, right? That, oh my God, we're going to suffer for this. Like you should just really think about that. Someone being murdered, regardless of who they are, right? Someone being murdered, the thought process for myself and a lot of people shouldn't be, oh God, things are going to get worse now. Like imagine if someone down the street shot like their neighbor, and then your reality was like, well, you're gonna lose my civil rights now. Like that's an insane world to live in. But this is our reality. Something happens to a certain ideological group, and it's worse for everyone. Like, if you want to be really real, conservatives are the most protected group in this country. I mean, look at this way. We don't even have to get violent. Riley Gaines lost a swim meet, and now trans people can't do sports. Like, she came in, she tied for what, 5th? Which means 4 other are tied for 4th, so 3 other people who weren't trans came in ahead of her. But she was so incensed that she tied with a trans person that now trans people can't do sports. Like, that's, yeah, that joke was bad. But like, that's where we are at. We have one ideological group that has the most protections. That's insane. Everything is just fucking insane, man. Like, ugh. Maybe I shouldn't try to end this on a downer note. I won't end this as a bummer. This will not be a bummer end. We're gonna
Today we're going through 100 years of anime history.
We're not going through 100 anime history. I might do that as a separate video, but I gotta find a nice way to end this. Otherwise, this is gonna be just fucking depressing. Oh, okay. How about I just tell you guys? So tomorrow I'm going to take a birthday for a friend of mine. That'll be fun. What about that Chronos? Honestly, I'm fucking with Chronos right now. I played a little bit of it. I played a little bit of it off stream, but just like all I did was move my character forward, had a cutscene, and then that was it. But it's too late for me to play that. I have work tomorrow. I have a job I have to do. If you guys want me to do this professionally, y'all gonna have to pay me, or at least watch my videos, so I don't have to go to work anymore. Hey, tomorrow's your birthday. Happy birthday! See, this is a good way to end it. It's someone's birthday tomorrow. Joy, another year around the sun. Hell yeah. Anthony Grimigula covered that video. I know. I didn't watch his video though. I have not watched the anime video at all, so I wanted to go in fresh. I might, but you know what though? If I do that video, I'm gonna put on my second channel, because holy shit, am I forgetting that I have a second channel? And it has to be on there. And then for this channel, my idea is but I still want to do that video about just like challenging the concept of masculinity in games, it being dead. And then I also want to do another secret video that I haven't talked about yet. I'm trying to enter my other one is this other channel. Oh, I should be a good content creator. Why am I shaking my screen so much? I should be a good content creator and just link it, huh? I should just do that. I don't know if you guys notice about me, but I'm really fucking bad at self-promotion. To the point where like, people won't even know that I have like shit going on. Copy channel light? Oh, just a second. Yeah, there's not that many videos on it, but I am going to be slowly building it out. It was my original channel, and then obviously, god damn it. Obviously, this channel took off more. But here you go. In the chat, that's the secondary channel. Yeah, if it was like a secret second channel where it's like, ooh, maybe he's talking about some new shit, then I had to be like, you have to find it yourself. But I'm not a big enough content creator to tell people to go on a fucking ARG to find my channel. Please watch it. Right now, I have 3 videos up. One is about Ben Shapiro not understanding Superman. The other is about XQC not knowing shit about rap or anything. And my most recent one is me talking about War of the Worlds. And honestly, I would love if you guys boosted the War of the Worlds videos, because I had a great time making that. And it wasn't even a react video. It was me doing a proper review. Am I interested in Ghost of Yote? I am interested in Ghost of Yote. Unfortunately, I don't have PS5. So if my videos pop off, I will use that money to buy a PS5 and get Ghost of Yote. I'm sure they'll do some sort of package deal. Well, you don't have to worry about having Prime. All you have to do is watch my review of that movie. It'd be like you were there the entire time and you didn't have to sit through it, actually. But if you like a disaster piece, then you actually should watch War of the Worlds. Hell yeah. Watch me dunk on Ben Shapiro. That's always a good time. By the way, Ben Shapiro's company took over for Turning Point USA. So that's something, I guess. God, I'm gonna have to see more Matt Walsh videos. Oh my god. All right, you guys, it's fucking late. I have to eat. Thank you for joining me on this impromptu 4.5 hour plus stream. Clip it and all that shit. Share it. Like the channel. Watch the video. Share the video. Kidnap your parents and force them to watch the video and share it. I'm just kidding. You don't have to kidnap your parents, but do force them to watch it. Daily Wire is bleeding money, so this should be an interesting case. But I'm out of here. Thank you guys so much.